Hey guys, welcome to the show.
Yo, what up?
What's up, Greg?
What is up, Joe? What's good, my brother?
Welcome to the Oblivion show. I'm Joey T, and this is
Mr. Dolphin to you. How's it going?
Yay, how's it going, man? We're back once again, like a renegade master.
Dance floor damager.
Exactly.
Always good, man. Always good. What month?
What have you been doing? It's been a good month.
It has. I've been doing so much video stuff, video. It's just been all. So I've got my album coming out the end of this month, and then me and Steph are just heads down on this Dungeon Dragon stuff.
Yeah,
doing audio video stuff. It's just learning lots and lots of stuff. But it's all good. It's all good, man. So it's nice to be pushing myself and stuff. So what about you? What have you been up to?
DETEST release went out. It's going really well. Awesome feedback. Merch is out, looking sick. Thanks for the compliments in the chat, by the way. Butterfist looking buff in the shirt. I appreciate that. Thanks very much. Hedvig says we're wearing the same shirt. Nice one. I think there's a few people wearing the shirt tonight, and I think there's probably a few people with some of this DETEST hardcore beer then tonight as well. So I'm going to open this right away.
Ooh.
So this is the blonde one, the blonde hardcore beer. Have you tried this one, Greg?
Hey, blondie. No, you didn't actually bring me one.
Oh,
thanks, Joe.
Did you try it before Prospect?
No, I don't think I was drinking then. But...
Lovely. This happened.
Nice.
The record release. I joined Prospect, which was kind of a fucking big deal for me to finally get that one in the bag. I've been working towards it for a while.
Knocked out a rather nice podcast as well, didn't you?
Yeah, I put that podcast out. I'm pretty happy with that. The response has been super sick. So yeah, all good really. Just getting ready to start getting gigs in, and I've got Berlin at the end of the month and some other stuff on the horizon. So yeah. So I guess that's enough about us. It's not all about us, as I always say, because we've got a guest tonight. We've got
tell us whom
the Bavarian Barbarian. Peter Stormtrooper, how you doing, buddy?
Good evening, party people out there.
Good. Are you okay? We need to have an air horn for Peter. Surely. There he is. How are you going, man? You all right?
Feeling good.
Yeah, what you been up to?
Oh, what have I been up to? Well, the usual, doing music.
Home improvements.
Working, preparing for a second baby.
Wow.
And doing some work on the house.
Nice.
Was that the question?
Yeah, that was the question.
Yes, it was.
What work are you doing in the house?
Oh, we're getting some new doors, and that's quite a lot of work because it's actually 10 doors.
Oh, chicken tenders.
Chicken tenders.
Yeah. Oh, that was a pre-show joke that I really forced to come in.
Well, it was actually brute force.
Yeah, brute forced it. So nice to have you on the show. Thanks very much for coming on. We really appreciate it. Really appreciate it. Gonna say hello to some people in the chat because we are looking kind of busy out here. Who have we got in tonight?
Jay Tracid,
Wouter, Cam, hey Cam, Chase, Lars, Eric Hamburg, Hedvig, Abomination, Marcel, Dean Devastator, Oi, Butterfist, being fisty and buttery, Carnage Court, Madra, Cyprexa, hey bro, and Dark Matters in the chat, hello there, Antagonist, Zornus Maximus is in, Craigie G, hey Craig, hope you're okay bro, hope everything's alright at home.
Stu Wild, good evening Stu.
Hey Stu, how you doing? Noisequake, John Pert, Noise Disorder, lots of members in the chat with a nice green badge against their name, that's the new for this month. Nice. So,
what's the green badge? Is that like a weedy kind of?
Let's have a look, shall we?
Do you smoke too much?
Do this? No. It's. Let me just bring it up here because I've got this somewhere. Where's it gone? Oh, I'll come back to it in a minute.
Come back to it. We've lost you.
Yeah,
Joe.
I'll come back to it. Yeah. We'll come back to it. We'll come back. Hello, I'm back. Right. So tonight we have got as usual, the new blood. We've got 10 submissions to get through, so we're going to have to move quick on that tonight. We've got a deep dive into the Stormtrooper, which I'm really looking forward to, with shitloads of pictures, by the way. And we've got What's Hot and the usual questions and answers. So we've got a big bunch of music. Do us a favour if you're in the chat and give the stream a share. It would be really useful, and like, comment, all of that shit. Please, it's really helpful for us and the algorithms. Before we start, just a quick note. The show is sponsored by Hardcore Beer. If you head over to hardcorebeer.nl and enter the code Oblivion Show at checkout, you will get yourself a nice discount. Boom. And there's Oblivion Show beer available there too. Champagne, yeah, they've got the champagne can here actually. It's an awesome one. It's like,
love the artwork.
Yeah, it's by George Gortek Machine. This one, the artwork, and this one's a brute beer. It's 11% champagne apple beer, and it's really fucking lethal. And I like that one a lot. Kept it there for nostalgia. So, hello everybody, welcome to the show, and I guess we should get going. First up, we've got the New Blood section.
New Blood.
So for those who are new to the show, New Blood is where we accept submissions from you guys, and we give feedback and take feedback from the chat to help people develop. It's people of all different abilities that submit their music. So if you'd like to get your music on the show, then send it in and we'll check it out. First up, we have got Vinny Rupture with Insanity.
Ooh.
Yeah.
All right, Vinny.
Check it out. Enjoy.
Causes a man to do such things. Are we to consider him mentally defective? Lunatic acting rational? Was it possible? He's as sane as you and I. And there indeed is method to his madness.
All right.
Nice. What a nice groove. What a nice start.
Shout to Randy in the chat, who's just dropped gifted subs on everybody. Respect, Randy. Nice one.
Thank you, Randy. And shout out to Ash Schemeboy.
Yeah, hello, mate.
Starving Insect.
Hey, man.
And Antone's joined in as well.
Hello, Anthony.
And Katie there. Yeah. Awesome. What do you think about that one, guys?
Really nice, man.
Yeah. Go.
Yeah. No, it's like really, it was restrained. Like it didn't go over the top at all. It's like you can tell Vinny's like really trying to exercise some, like there's no need to go full maximal. Sometimes you can just pull a really nice groove, find a kind of really nice driving synth and just let it go, man. You don't have to go crazy hard. You don't have to go crazy powerful. Mm-hmm. You can just, let the music do its thing. And I think that's what he's done. Is really, really cool. I really enjoyed it. Peter, what do you think?
I liked it too. What do you think, Pete?
Yeah, that was actually one of the tracks I had nothing to complain about.
So we know what we've got to look forward to then.
Yeah, it's overall really good. Could be a release on any proper industrial label. When I listened to it this afternoon, I made a note, could maybe have another signature sound to make it stick out a bit more.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Sure.
But now that I'm listening to it, it's fine. I love the Daniel Brühl sample. I can't remember the show's name you got it from, but I definitely saw it. Nice. Good track.
Yeah. I know what you mean, because I was thinking there were times where it could have done with maybe like a call and response thing. So you have the kind of that the main synth going through, and then you have some like a different synth or a different melody, like responding to that first part. And then bounce between two in a couple of places just to switch it up and add a little kind of variation. But that's a just a might work kind of thing if you wanted to play around with it. But yeah, really good tune. I loved it.
Yep. Yeah. Some words from the producer. This is Vinny Rupture. Hey everyone. I heard some really cool kids say that nowadays up tempo is the tempo. So I set out to make a filthy 410 BPM screamer so I could finally fulfill my lifelong dream of becoming an awesome and popular producer. Sadly, I appear to have dyslexia and by accident filled in 140 at the BPM counter in my DAW, so now I made this slow piece of garbage instead. I hope everyone likes it anyways, though. It's great, Vinny. And I saw your email and I haven't had a chance to reply to it yet, but I will, by the way, just a side note. I think that's great. I do think that what Peter said about maybe adding another element in there would be good, maybe introducing it later along the track. I mean, we've only got 3 minutes of the track here or whatever, maybe something to introduce later on, but I think it's solid, really. It's solid and it could go out on a major underground label.
Most of these ADHD DJs only play like 1 minute of a track nowadays anyway.
One drop, bro, 32.
Yeah,
that's
it. It's wasted, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
ADHD
DJ. Feedback from the chat. We got Alex Starving Insects gave some nice feedback that I saw. Let me just see that. Oh, Vinny's in the chat. Hey, bro. Oh, I can't see it. I can't see it for some reason. Well, anyway, I think it's great. And keep up the great work, man. You're awesome. Next up, we have got Mind Disorder with Chop You. Industrial.
Oh, that's a lot of P's.
It is. Let's go. All right. Mind Disorder, Chop You, Industrial. Little bit about Mind Disorder. Yeah, a little bit about Mind Disorder. I'm from Spain, La Rapita, near Barcelona. My main inspirations are 90s hard trance, gabber, and millennium hardcore, industrial hardcore, and techno. I like to experiment with all styles of electronic music to learn from them, but currently I'm focusing on the industrial hardcore. What do you think, Peter?
Yeah, the whole mixdown was a bit muddy and noisy, but I considered that a stylistic element, so that is okay. But when I was listening to it, I kind of expected a second bass drum. It starts out with a very short bass drum, then the tail comes in, and actually I was expecting something a bit more brutal and something that adds a bit more drive to it, because it goes long and goes long and goes long. It's okay, but that's it. It's okay.
Yeah.
It was like, it was very, very 90s. Like it even sounded kind of very, almost like 12-bit, like it had been all done on an Akai S1000 or something like that. It was just lacking definition, and it wasn't a modern mixdown in any way. It sounded very traditionally 90s, but and it was like one of those tracks that you'd kind of get on a vinyl, like a B-side or something back in the kind of late 90s or whatever. You'd be like, yeah, drop this into a mix and stuff, and then it made me feel exactly like that. If that's what he's going for, I mean, mission accomplished. If you're trying to make a kind of old kind of 90s ravey. But if you're trying to make modern industrial hardcore, it's a long way off. It's about 30 years off.
I think the rave stabs in particular at the start were just lost in the mix. It felt like they were either cut.
It was a very, very muddy, almost like kind of hard, like 90s hardware type mix.
Yeah.
Where just everything, there's no, very little EQ, everything's just piled on top of each other. But but the pros, the plus side, it had a great groove. It was a really kind of fun, kind of like nice little party track that you could just bounce away to, and you don't want much more than that. It kind of had a good groove. It was a nice little vibe. And if that's what he was trying to do, he did a good job of that.
It could be a good tool in between two other really outstanding tracks.
Sure. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly the kind of thing you would use it for if you in the 90s when you're in a mix and you just go, this is a perfect track to kind of work between these things. So yeah, totally.
Stinger in the chat says it's getting old baby boom vibes with this. It likes do with some more swing, maybe triplet snares. Cementi saying, I think it needs more sub and some transition noises, rises, crashes, delayed crashes, etc. to keep things flowing. Randy says, just a video idea for this tune from me would be like a bunch of chefs fighting in a kitchen.
Awesome. Okay. Let's make it so.
Jay, who's the editor for the show, heard the full track and I really liked it. Sounds nice. Very nice to hear some 90s flavors, but the overall track needed some variation.
Yeah. Some kind of more build up, build down. Something a bit more happening.
Yeah, and the
snare roll, 909 snare roll
with the mix down. The rave stab sounded like they'd been sidechained. That was they were like dipping when the kicks were there, and it just sounded a bit weird. That was all, but definitely potential. And you've nailed what you were trying to accomplish. So keep it up, man. Keep it up.
Yep.
Next up, we have got Augusti, Unknown One. I think that's supposed to read. Let's
Unknow One.
Go. Yeah. Unknown One. I like that. I liked it. I think the mid elements, everything needed to shine more. It was the bass was very heavy. The kick was very heavy.
A big lift in the mids and highs. That the little arp just needed to come up a low. Just bang an OTT on it, and really just pull out all the mids and like the highs and get that thing really singing. I mean, if you really simply, if you just A to B that with any modern kind of track, you'll just hear how quiet how sat into the mix that little arp is, and it really needs to come out. It's the whole tune is that arp, right? So it's really got to be front and center. You know, I know you kind of, if you want it to be kind of like a kind of hypnotic kind of groove that sat above the kicks, but still, it needs its own place in the mix. It needs to come way up and way out. You know, you can still put a load of reverb on it and just wash it up. And then once you do that as well, you'll probably start thinking, I need to kind of modulate this a little bit, just keep the sound moving and stuff like that as well to flow with the kicks. But it's a nice idea, a really nice kind of hypnotic groove. And I really did like the idea, but it just needed, when you listen to the guys that are really good at stuff like that kind of doing, you know, kind of one theme for a whole track, it's just always moving. You know, there's always things just modulating it. And, you know, he had that going on, but it just needed to be a lot more up in your face and front and center in the mix, I think. But, Peter, what do you think?
Yeah, as you said, the ARP needs to be much more upfront. The open hi-hat needs to be a bit, what's the opposite of loud? Not so loud.
Quiet.
Quiet.
I like the overall atmosphere, absolutely. The first bass drum was absolutely okay until the second bass drum kicked in, which had a really strong punch, which is really cool. But after that, the first kick came in again and it seemed really flat.
Yeah.
It seemed really like the kick was missing.
Yeah.
So maybe give the second bass drum a little less kick and the first one much more kick to have them balanced a bit more.
Totally. Yeah. And the other thing I thought as well was that, like, there was a bit where the ARP just dropped out very suddenly. There was like some of the changes were quite sudden, and with a track like that feels hypnotic, I think personally I find that it would work a lot better if everything was like just gently came in and out rather than being very abrupt. Things just kind of like filtered out or drifted out, and you just have this kind of like almost drifting feeling through the track then. But that's Okay,
a little bit about the artist, Augusti, a member of duo Ghoul's Hammer, who played with the Outside Agency, DJ producer, Mad Dog, Hellfish and more. He launched his solo project with great motivation and experience acquired over time. Determined, his productions range from industrial techno, industrial hardcore to crossbreed. He has produced 2 industrial techno EPs for Darkness Sprawls and recently a crossbreed remix on vinyl for DTK Records. His DJ sets are filled with energy, rhythm and techno style combinations, letting the public navigate and evolve between styles that inspire Augusti with always the same vision, industrial and dance floor. Okay.
Nice.
And this is socials here. I think there's huge potential. It's just the balance of everything.
Yeah. And
really
you know,
is.
it's not just kind of up and coming producers and stuff that struggle with stuff like this. You know, there's times when I'll like, and if I'm not referencing a track, sometimes I'll just start something and I'll just be like, okay, this works, this synth on top of this, and you completely lose track of how things should sit until you reference it, and you kind of go, oh my god, that's so quiet or so muddy or so deep in the mix, until you kind of like pull yourself back out of it and then check yourself and you go, okay, that's where I need to be. And we say this every show, Joe, you know, that one of the most important things is reference while you're going, reference while you're making your tunes. Just make sure that you're in the ballpark, because you need someone to help you check your own head sometimes. Otherwise you just go into little off on little tangents, and the next thing you know, you've made the world's muddiest tune. Yeah.
Antone's in the chat referencing something we've said before here, and you've said to use OTT on the synth layers maybe. And
if you want to really lift something up and out, just bang an OTT on it. Yeah. Easy.
Okay. Good stuff, man. Keep submitting. I'd love to hear more from you. Definitely. Very, very interesting. Okay, next up we have got I've been pronouncing this wrong because I read this as Brutal One, but apparently this is Brutalone with.
I thought it was like Brutalone. It's like a kind of Italian.
No,
it's like an aggressive
Scottish,
Italian
so
dessert.
It's definitely not Italian dessert.
It's a Brutalone.
That sounds like pasta.
All right.
This is Brutalone with Sempiturnal. All right, that is Brutalone. First thing, a lot of people called it out in the chat, but there's some side chaining on that snare and it's making everything dip around it. It's quite dramatic. I think that's a big talking point here. And also some of the kicks, something around the kicks needs a lot of work. I'll go to you first, Peter. Go ahead.
Yeah, that is basically what I wanted to say. The bass drum sounds very muddy, very undefined. Funny thing is that the bass drum in the end sounds very defined, very clear, very nice kick. That should have been the kick from the beginning. And I like that lead melody sound you're using. That's pretty cool. But around that, a lot of work to do. Also, structure-wise, as a DJ, I wouldn't know where to mix in or mix out because I'm not sure if something next is coming in or there is a break coming up. Kind of difficult, but not hopeless.
Yeah. It was a very, very mixed bag, wasn't it? There was some nice ideas in there, some interesting. You could tell there's obviously some quite interesting influences, and I like that he's tried to do something a bit different, a bit more original. But but it feels like a work in progress. There's still a lot going on there that needs fixing, but some really, really good and interesting ideas. Technically there was a few bits to sort out, and so sometimes with sidechain, as with a lot of things, right, with EQing and sidechaining and things like that, when you're kind of learning your trade, so it's very easy to do it too much, to either EQ too much and then your sounds end up being thin, or you sidechain too much and everything ducks and you kind of get that like big sucky feeling. And that just comes from experience, right? You just learn what works, what doesn't, and you just keep going and going. Joe, you look very cheeky. What's going on there?
I was cheekily eating popcorn. Carry on.
Yeah. But yeah, some good positives, some stuff, obviously just, keep on going, keep learning. But I like that there was some kind of really nice original ideas in there. Although, like Peter said, it does make it a bit tricky to kind of predict what's going to happen next, which could be a good thing, it could be a bad thing. But it didn't remind me of someone called Erigto. So there was
Erigto.
I think they might be German, actually. They'd released on Vision, but they do kind of very weird ambient electronic-y stuff. But they do stuff with sidechains, but nothing in the sidechain. It's like it's just a ghost sidechain that'll just duck where you think there's a snare, but there's no snare that plays. It's quite quite disturbing in a way, but it's very good. It's very, very clever. Anyway, Joe, you muted.
Yeah, I muted for popcorn reasons. Somebody in the chat said maybe headphones or studio is not very balanced with sound. That could make sense, especially for the kicks and things like that. So it's surprising actually how many new producers are just making music on like iPhone cabled headphones, or just normal cabled headphones. And if you're serious, you need to invest in a decent pair of cans or a decent pair of monitors. It's really quite essential. But good progress. I think I remember you submitting before. There was no bio here, so all I've got is from Glasgow into all the hardcore and stuff. But yeah, keep going, keep submitting. We love hearing your music, and we look forward to seeing you again. Thanks. Next up, we've got RoughNXS with The Untold. right, that was RoughNXS. Little bit about RoughNXS. Let me just bring up the informations.
That was a really cool sample, by the way.
It was. I don't have a link. Oh, yes, I do. RoughNXS, also known as Bart Shadow, which is my previous artist name in the genre. Hardtechno, where I had been aiming to leave my footprint for more than a decade already as DJ and producer as well. In 2022, however, let me just bring this information up here. In 2022, however, I felt that it was a time for change, so I decided to paddle to even rougher waters to try myself in the genre hardcore, which had directly influenced me in choosing my new alias. I'm a 32-year-old electrical engineer from Hungary. My first release called Balanced Chaos, and the next one is set to be released on the 28th of February. The track I applied with is coming out in the next month, March. And this is him here. So yeah, what do you think, guys?
Yeah, Peter, over to you.
Yeah, at first when I heard that alarm clock sound, I thought it was fucking annoying, and I
oh my god,
that track out of the window.
It's almost the same noise that my alarm goes off with, like over the kick.
Mine too.
Like, oh no, having that horrible. Oh my god, it's 7 o'clock in the morning.
But then I realized that it's actually a fantastic signature sound, because at the end of the evening, everybody will go home and say, "Hey, you remember that annoying track with the alarm clock?
Right.
Yeah, that was cool." Besides that, it needs a bit more structure. The bass drum changes were pretty cool. The sample could be a bit more upfront, a bit clearer. But that's it, yeah.
I think you covered it all. There was some really nice originality in it. Loved the sample. You can tell he's been making tunes for a while. I think a lot of people. It feels like, especially when we hear a lot of stuff on New Blood, that people just don't appreciate how much you need to turn the volume up, or how much you can turn the volume up on samples and get them really up front and stuff like that, you know? I think people let them sit way too quiet in the mix and stuff. If you've got something you want to say, bang it up front, say it loud. I think someone in the chat, it might have been Carnage Core or something, said, drop that sample right. And I think he did, actually, to be fair. I think he dropped the sample right before a load of kicks in the middle, you know, just kind of.
Yeah.
But turn the volume up on that stuff, man. But some really nice stuff. The alarm clock sound definitely was memorable for. I'm not maybe memorable for the wrong reasons, but still memorable.
Still memorable. Yeah, this is Carnage Core saying, "I would leave the silence after the last, let them kick in and really make it kick in." Yeah. All right, good stuff. By the way, I have to say, this is the best popcorn I've ever had in my entire life.
Oh, I want some now.
It's ridiculous. It's like crack, honestly. Not that I've tried crack.
Crack corn.
My mum's watching. Anyway, next track, Agent Zero, Stealth Bomb. Let's go.
Terrorist on the cutting edge of science. Undetected by X-ray. C26K continues to tick. effect of the blast is far from over. Sudden depressurization in the cabin.
Right, I'm back. Sorry, I'm heavy distracted.
I was like, what is Jay saying?
I started laughing in the middle of the track and the microphone wasn't muted, so everybody could hear me. I was talking about this popcorn. They were so good that I dropped some on the floor and I just picked it up and ate it, even though I had cat hair on it because I didn't want it to go to waste. But then Jay said in the chat, I need to bring this up. Hold on. Oh, where is it? So first of all, I misread it. I once wanked. I think he means dropped. I once dropped a full plate of Chinese on my stairs and then ate it off my stairs. Carpet rice.
I thought he was trying to say. I thought he missed out the word on. I thought he said I once wanked on a plate.
Yeah,
full of
when I
Chinese
first read it,
on
it
his
completely
stairs.
threw me. That's why I was laughing.
What's happening? He's wanking on his Chinese on the stairs.
On the stairs, uncomfortable. Anyway,
I don't know what's happening anymore.
I think this was really cool, by the way.
Right, I tell you what, shout out to Lalo Schifrin. If they were Lalo Schifrin samples, the kind of Dirty Harry, you know, the kind of 70s kind of synth, not synth, but, you know, kind of soundtracky samples going on in the background.
Yeah.
Really cool. Really, really cool use of them. I'm a big fan of Lalo Schifrin, so anything like that is really, really cool.
Yeah. Peter, what do you reckon?
Yeah, absolutely nothing to complain about. I got a strong seizure vibe there. All the seizure tracks like Rocket Fuel and stuff like that. Yeah, great track.
Yeah.
That's all.
A little bit about this guy.
Cool, really cool samples as well.
So I am Agent Zero. Not me, him. I am Agent Zero.
It's got two of them already.
A detective. A detective which is uncovering yet or unknown or declassified music and releasing it to the public. I'm from Maastricht, the Netherlands. I got inspired to make my own tracks when I was a kid listening to The Outside Agency, Ophidian, and IMX. Excuse me, and Trans. Listening to these outrageously hard tracks and distorted sounds gave me such a rush, and that feeling has stuck with me to this day. Oh my God, I've got a cat on the keyboard. At first, it was just me playing around in Ableton and getting to know it all, but now after years of practicing, I've decided to come out with older and new tracks, and it's a full-time passion at this point. Check out my other releases on YouTube, Bandcamp and Spotify. Declassified, a techno EP, Industrial Revolution, Industrial Darkcore album, and Heavy Duty for some heavy industrial. Next to that, I create cinematic video sets. Spylab is my outlet to do my own thing and showcase my music. Episode 2 is out already. Look, check it out though. This guy, he's Agent Zero. He plays in a Mac like an agent. Look, he actually wears the Mac.
Whoa.
Yeah. Serious business.
Yeah, that's taking your job seriously.
It is. I think that was really cool, and I hear a lot of potential.
Yeah, it was really cool. It was really cool.
I'm going to drop a link in the chat because there's...
there was a little... The mix was a little bit unbalanced, and I'm being kind of a bit picky now because there was a lot of really good stuff in it. But there was some, like, the first big snare that came in sounded like it was almost from a different tune, you know, like a kind of someone just crossfaded it in. And I think that's just... maybe needs a little bit more transient or a bit more, you know, top end transient in the kicks or something, so just to kind of so it doesn't feel so different maybe. But yeah, there's so much about that track I liked. The samples were really cool, and I loved that wherever he sampled it from, but that kind of Lalo Schifrin kind of Dirty Harry type vibe, kind of thing. Yeah, I loved it. Yeah,
really cool, man. Really like it. Get some more stuff over, buddy. What do you think? Peter, you've already spoke, haven't you? Yeah, really, really like it. Get some stuff over. If you want to send a pack over for consideration, I'm very happy to hear it. Nice one. I've put a link in the chat as well, guys. If anybody wants to go to the Bandcamp, grab some of the music, then go ahead. Support what you love. Next up, we have got STIK.
STIK with 2 Ks?
No, 1K. 1275.
This has got 3 Ks. That'd be a bit weird.
Real hardcore for your fucking head. Ya tú sabes hardcore. Fucking head.
Let's go.
Yeah. Fucking.
Let's go.
Right. So I see a lot of potential here, but I've got something that I want to point out straight away. There's a massive lack of percussion throughout the whole of the middle of the track. I know it's like on trend. It's a very E-dubby kind of trend thing to do, right? Get that. But let me just demonstrate here. I can do it directly, right? So we've got these kick elements here. Come on, let's go. Just kicks, right? Just kicks, no percussion. But if we listen at the end where this percussion comes in, listen to how much more energy it gives it. It's just really simple percussion. It changes the dynamic of it 200% by giving it just that little ride to make it better.
It's top end as well. Top of the kind of high. The high end gives it the energy and stuff, and then the percussion gives it rhythm. But I mean, there's it was a pretty ADHD. It felt like I was fast forwarding through a raw style set on YouTube at 480p. and like I was just kind of like getting every different little fucking kick drum, or like all the way through the mix. Loads of fun stuff going on in there. It was like there was a lot of interesting kicks, a lot of variation. But yeah, definitely needs work, but
structure.
Yeah, and some kind of understanding kind of about how to really balance your mix to kind of really, like you just said, Joe, to really kind of bring out sound, even if you're just using single elements like kicks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, Peter,
what do you think, Peter?
Yeah, I fully agree. More percussion would be a real good idea. The drops seemed a little anticlimactic, which I really hate, because there was always a really strong bassy bass drum, but after that a real noisy bass drum came, and I would really prefer if the drop would start right away with the noisy bass drum. I think that would give it more energy. And the break in the middle was a little chaotic.
Yeah. I mean, it was chaos all the way through.
Yeah. Carnage Core, don't leave yet. Your track's next. Stay there. Yeah.
Can we send them some Ritalin or something? Maybe that'll help.
Yeah. Maybe. I think there's a lot of potential here. It's just the structure and the energy was very high end and mid range. It was a nice intro, and then the kick just came in and it just switch the dynamics completely. Maybe come in with a kick that has the percussion and then drop into just the kick later or something. Just something, and it needs something that's a bit more consistent. And maybe a consistent high end would allow for the ADHD kick drum variations, etc., because there was some consistency in the percussion. Perhaps, I don't know, but something needs to happen in the middle of the track, to my opinion. So, good work.
That's really, really cool ideas.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's like you don't want to tame stuff so much that you lose the original idea and the energy and the kind of excitement of doing something like that, and the craziness. But you've got to kind of temper it and balance it with finding a good place in the mix and making sure everything sounds balanced and cohesive. And you're kind of building something through the set. So cool.
Okay. A little bit about the artist quickly. STIK is a Colombian DJ producer of hardcore techno and all of its subgenres.
Oh, nice.
He's
Shout out to Colombia.
Yep. Big up. He's part of the BTA Core record label, which has already released EPs and also participated in the third compilation for Terra Bogota. He's presented DJ sets on international radio such as Toxic Sickness, and has participated in booths of great importance in the Colombian scene such as REC, Circuito Futuro and Radio Berlin. He's mixed with world-class DJs. He's also released music on 12-inch vinyl and other highly respected record label. He participated in the last 2022 compilation record label Killer Drums, who are record label with 15 years in the Latin American scene. Right, awesome. Definitely a lot of potential, and I know that you're big in your area as well. Keep it coming. Really curious to see where you're going. So thanks for submitting.
Cool. Next, Ash Schemeboy presented a good idea. He was just like, just crack an Amon over the top of it.
Just add Amons. Ash has always got the simple ideas that are effective, right? Yeah. Just chuck Amons on it. It'll
just
be fine.
Just take those ADHD kick drums and I'll raise you an Amon.
Yeah, maybe an idea stick. Come back next month, put some Amons on it and come back. We'll see how it goes.
Awesome.
Next up, familiar name from the show, Carnage Core. I exist.
Hey.
Let's go.
New Blood Residents.
Yeah,
they are, right? They are.
actually exist.
I thought that was great.
I would agree. Very, very Steph Machine vibes.
Yeah.
But yeah, Peter, what do you think?
Yeah, I'm really sorry, but I have absolutely nothing to complain about.
Excellent. I mean, you can tell. I mean, these guys have they've got it down now, haven't they? They really have. I mean, and you can tell the difference. Just the little things, right? Just like when you like producers that put like a delay on one snare because it's the right thing to do at that time to fill that space, right? And you kind of like you're thinking about those creative and stylistic choices. The kicks were just really well placed. There was definitely a very strong Death Machine type vibe with the kind of
that two-step bit that came in. It was just like
the skull step thing with the But really nice, clever use of effects. That they're learning their craft really, really well, and they're kind of getting to the point now where you can tell that it's becoming icing on the cake stuff, which is like like I say, a clever, well chosen use of effects and stuff that really help the tune shine. So yeah, really, really good stuff. Really, really good.
I'm impressed, guys. We need to get this release sorted.
These guys have just got to start getting stuff out. I mean, it kind of feels like we're almost cheating a bit now, having them in New Blood, because they should be in the What's Hot stuff now.
Yeah,
we need to get that release because they're in there.
Let's get that release finished off. Yeah. So needs to be done.
Yeah. Great stuff.
Gonna be in touch, guys. We want to release you. You're winning right now. Great work. Superb.
Yep.
Yeah, we can have I think we can even have a. Absolutely nailing it. Well done. Okay, next up we've got two more tracks. We've got one from Massamune. Play that shit. So I will play that shit. Let's go.
I don't give a fuck, I don't play that shit. I don't give a fuck, I don't play that shit. I don't give a fuck, I don't play that shit. Fuck
Yeah, mixed reviews in the chat. Everybody loved the intro. People not sold on the vocal. For me, I wasn't sure on the kick. I felt like it needed to be a lot warmer, like a warmer kind of kick to complement everything and put it together. It was very punchy, and it made the track feel like it wasn't really getting there for me. I'd rather have something that was filling the void and that was tuned to the vocals and just melt it all together a little bit. But I think, again, there's a lot of potential in there. What do you think, Greg?
Yeah, some really nice hip hop vibes.
Yeah, I like the samples.
Yeah. So I did a remix for these guys. For Massamune and
Ben.
Ben Bustle, yeah.
Shout out, Ben.
A while back, I think. Yeah.
The Mind.
So that's a really interesting track. I can see why the vocals aren't something that a lot of people would really like. Other people might, but they tend to be quite divisive, don't they?
Female vocals, especially, always, or at least vocals that are tuned to a high pitch like that. Yeah, it's always divisive.
Yeah,
always.
Yeah. But yeah, some really nice ideas, really nice kind of interesting chops in a different style. I think he's from. Is he from Atlanta? He's over in the US, isn't he?
That's Atlanta. Yeah, Georgia.
Yeah. And you get kind of different influences and inspiration, I guess, in the hardcore scene, rather than just kind of what we're used to in Europe, which is just lots of. We're in a kind of bubble, aren't we? With kind of how industrial techno sounds to us, or industrial hardcore or whatever. And then when you kind of get an influence from a different continent, sometimes it has like very vocals and things like that. And we're just like, I'm not sure. That's a little bit different than what we're used to. But yeah, some really nice ideas. I really liked it. It was kind of fun. So Pia.
Okay. I'll start with the positive thing. I really like the idea of these sweet female vocals on hardcore kick drums. It's a good idea, but it's only a good idea. It didn't really sound like it belonged together. And I don't mean the mix of styles. I mean, frequency wise, it didn't sound like a whole track. It sounded like you took an a cappella from one vinyl and put it on top of a hardcore track. But the worst thing about this track is the scratching. I fucking hated it. It's so annoying. I mean, scratching is something
what you
very...
think, Peter.
Hold back, bro.
Scratching, I think, should be something very organic. And if I hear the same scratch for 20 times over and over again, I get sick of it. And
you physically vomit.
And you definitely need to get a high pass on that, because it had really it had some low frequencies that did not fit in. You can hear that like somewhere in the middle of the track. But yeah, do some scratch variations, or just do it every now and then, but like that.
Yeah,
I really had the urge of turning that track off after half a minute. I'm sorry.
Wow.
Yeah, cool. We're not here to pat people's heads.
No. You missed the memo. That was part of the agreement during the show.
Oh shit,
head patting.
No, it's not. If you don't like it,
it's all good. It's all good. Yep.
No. Jacob's leaving. Hey, Jacob. Bye, Jacob.
Bye.
There, bro. Sorry. I hope you're okay.
Peter's offended him so much.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the artist didn't put any notes here. I went to his Facebook or myself, so nothing to add from me. But yeah, I agree with the comments of Peter. But for me, it was the kick that was the most annoying thing, and maybe it's a bit too many things going on at the same time. Yeah. Okay, we have got one more track in the new blood. This is Flow from the community, Outrest, with a 300 BPM A-bomb Nightclub.
In C minor?
In C minor, let's do it.
I hope it's got 30 hertz kicks. Let's find out.
Roger.
Drop your weapon, get those hands up!
like it? Yeah. Peter's brushing his beard to it.
It's a beard trimmer. It's a beard stroker.
Yeah, I was pleasantly surprised. This guy messaged me. He's part of the community, and he's been and ahhing if to send because he knows that. Well, he thought that it's not really our thing because I don't know for what reason, but because it's 300 BPM and on the extreme side of things. But I'm glad he did. I liked it. I like the kicks. I like the power of the kicks. Sometimes you get tracks this speed and they completely lose all of their power, and I don't think he did in this. I like the samples.
I like the bonkers bits where they had like the kicks doing like kind of almost making rhythms with all the like different rolls and stuff because they were so fast.
But I like the 8-bit stuff, the dee doo 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 dee doo dee doo, and it was going. I wasn't a fan of that bit, but there was a lot about it that I liked, and the variety within the track, the different tempo switches and stuff, I liked. Mm-hmm. Peter, what did you think?
Yeah, it's not really my style, but I guess it was made pretty well. I have to admit I enjoyed it now much more than I enjoyed it this afternoon. Yeah, I think it was good, and I would have probably played it 20 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Because 20 years ago I every now and then played that kind of stuff. So yeah, it was okay.
Yep.
I liked it. Good stuff, man.
Maybe a good track to end the set.
Yeah, definitely. Keep sending in music, Flo. We want to hear it. I enjoyed it.
Yep.
Enjoyed it a lot.
Yep.
All right, that was the end of the New Blood.
Well played, chaps.
Well done, everybody. Big up. Another great New Blood. So next up, we're going to go into interview with you, Peter. But first of all, I'm going to play a video. So if anybody wants to go to the toilet, then they can. Let me go to... As you may or may not be aware, you should be fucking aware, we released a DETEST release for Oblivion 21 recently, and I'm going to play the video for it. So, here it is. This is DETEST Absence of Light EP video clip. Official video. Let's go.
You're going to die in there.
DETEST on Oblivion 21. Absolute killer release. Great video there by Alex Mulbach, aka Alex Terrorhead. Thanks, man. Wicked stuff. As you can see, I've got the t-shirt on here. I know a lot of you have received your bundles recently, and the beer's gone out. But if you haven't got it, I'm just going to do a quick look at that now. Let's zoom in. So first of all, the vinyl. Absolutely gorgeous molten lava vinyl to accompany this release. Matches the design by Cam Art absolutely brilliantly. Really proud of it. And actually I've got it here, so I can show you it in the flesh, just so that you don't think that it's just some bullshit mock-up. This is legit. So sleeve there, and the record is, you can see, absolutely breathtaking. Really cool. So we got the record.
Sexy.
Yeah, really sexy. So the record, and then also got the shirt. This is the shirt that I've got on now. And it's got a lovely design on the back, which has got a brilliant quote on there. I'll let you read that. And I know you won't be able to read it all, but I guess you can pause or play back if you want to. And also the beer, which is a blonde beer of 7.9%, and it really hits the spot. If you haven't got this yet, you can get it. It's available on the Oblivion website. If you head over there now, oblivion-underground.com, there are a few bundles left available still. Let me get this off the screen. Yeah, there are still a few bundles left available to purchase, and once they're gone, they're gone, and there's only limited t-shirts left. So after that, it will just be the record until it's sold out. You okay, Greg?
Yeah. I'm just saying they're gone. Once they're gone, they're gone.
They're gone. I thought you were like sort of saying you had a bad mic or something. Yeah. So, yeah, I think there's people in the chat who are already enjoying the beer right now with us. So, yeah, cheers to that. I'm going to pour myself another one in a second. But yeah, get over to the site, grab them, or just go and grab the digitals from our Bandcamp, whatever you want. They're both hammer tracks. We really appreciate the support. So, thank you. Next up, we are going to talk to Peter. We're going to talk all about everything Stormtrooper. So, Peter.
Joseph.
Who are you?
Where are you from and what have you had?
What have you had? So, well, Peter Stormtrooper, a.k.a. Alice D, a.k.a. Hurricane Horst, a.k.a. Oiter, a.k.a. Peter Sturm, a.k.a. Shadow Breath, a.k.a. Space Cookie Monster, a.k.a. Stone Temple Pilot. Are these real?
Yeah.
Okay. A.k.a. Extension. And I think that's...
Now you missed German Rhythm Disaster.
Oh, god damn it. I knew I'd miss one. And
Modulok.
Modulok. Wow. I didn't have that one. Okay. Many alias then. Hailing from Germany. So what we normally do when we have these conversations is we kind of try to paint a timeline from the beginning to current day. So the obvious question is, how did you get into music? What were your beginnings from a child? I mean, what were your inspirations, and how did your journey start into this crazy world?
Well, let's start with how I got into electronic music. Mm-hmm. I think my first contact, or the first time electronic music caught my attention, was actually on MTV. Because back in the days, there was something called music television. It's kind of like YouTube, but with the difference you cannot choose what you want to watch.
Yeah.
And yeah, I used to watch the charts, European charts and UK charts. And that was the time that the Eurodance scene slowly evolved. And I was a real fan of the Eurodance scene, especially of 2 Unlimited. Yeah, I even had a whole poster wall of Two Unlimited. I have to admit that.
I used to love Two Unlimited.
And yeah, on the other hand, you had the UK charts where stuff like Utah Saints or Eskimos in Egypt were happening, which were really impressive to me back then. And as I realized that electronic music is kind of my thing, I started to stay up late and watch MTV Party Zone with Simone Angel, who I had a real big crush for. Damn, she was an angel. And I remember when I, for the first time, saw the video of Stacker Humanoid. Does anyone of you, remember that? It was so weird, all that strange computer animations, colors, and wow.
I still really love that track, man. I really love that track.
Yeah, it was fantastic. So that was kind of the start, and then I went to my local CD shop and started buying dance and techno CDs, all kinds of stuff. Then the first Thunderdome commercials came up on television, Rave the City. In the beginning, I thought, oh, man, what awful sound is that? Damn, it's just noise. But yeah, I kind of got used to that noise and started buying my first hardcore CDs. Of course, as every teenager, I also listened to other stuff, hip hop, metal. And there was this one key moment in my teenage life. I was at this CD shop listening to a CD by Slayer and a Perplexer album. Does anyone remember Perplexer? I think it was a one-hit rave dance wonder. Acid Folk was with a Scottish bagpipes and acid.
because
exactly,
because you can.
And I was standing there listening to those CDs, and my crush from school snuck up from behind saying, "Hey, what you listening to?" And she looked at the Slayer CD and said, "Oh God, that's awful. Oh, but that other one, that is good." And that was actually the moment in my life when I knew that techno was my thing.
Awesome.
Like many great decisions in human history, it was made because of a girl.
And bad, but yeah, okay, we'll roll with it.
So when I was 14 years old, I convinced my older sister, which is 12 years older than me, so back then was 26, to go to a rave, because I really wanted to experience this this whole feeling of a rave. Okay, I was 14 years old. I was aware that it was not really legal, but did
you get a fake ID made up, or did you just go and risk it?
Yeah, we just went there and risked it. I mean, it's half an hour drive to Munich from my place. Yeah. So we went to the old airport in Munich, and there was a party called Rave City, which was a really big rave back then with 20,000 people. And I think they were so stressed that evening that they really didn't check IDs or faces at all, because I didn't have a beard back then, so I really looked like a 14-year-old boy. But I got in, and that was another key moment in my life. Experienced this rave feeling, the lasers, the pounding bass drums. And back then you had like one area for each style. You had the main rave area, you had hardcore, hell, house, ballroom, breakbeat, jungle, abstract quarter. And it was so fascinating walking through all these areas and hearing the different styles that are all techno. Yeah, so
that got lost along the way, didn't it? The real eclectic mixed bag stuff.
Yeah, and all of those crowds got along really well, and you couldn't even say there was one crowd for each area. Everybody went to each area and enjoyed.
Yeah, just everything was like
sound.
mingled together, and
Yeah.
good times.
That was just fantastic. So I spent my teenage life raving away. And I think kind of short after that, I decided that I want to give it a try and make my own music. I had an Amiga 500 back then.
Hey, represent. I
but
don't
I
know.
didn't.
So I started with an Atari, then switched to the Amiga and did all the tracker stuff, and then.
But not Amiga 500, did you?
Was that the one that had the sampler on it? You had to plug the extra sampler box in it, or whatever it was.
I had the 500 plus with the upgraded memory thing. Was that the 600? I don't remember.
Whoa, I can't even remember anymore. But I used to use Oxmed, all the tracker stuff.
Yeah, kind of hard to remember. Well, anyways, I bought a small sampler unit, and that was really I was already in heaven back then, sampling Amiga games and putting bass drums on single sounds. Yeah, first baby steps.
Yeah.
Then a few years later, I switched to PC, and a friend of mine already had his first equipment because he decided not to get a driver's license, but spend all the money on getting equipment. So yeah, I had already a first impression of what it's like to have real gear. So I started buying used gear from people around the area. And I think in the beginning it was only techno stuff I did. I didn't have the knowledge to do distorted bass drums or hardcore stuff. It was more techno-ish stuff. And I had a few friends that I went to school that were also doing music. And we realized that it is much easier to make an impact if we form a crew. Well, we said, let's do a label, but it wasn't really a label. So we were just 4 guys doing music and deciding to burn that music on a CDR and sell it in a local club. Oh, yeah. By that time, I already started DJing for a hobby, but only with CDs. Oh, that is much later.
That's not supposed to be there. Hold on. Hold on.
Ooh.
That is 2002.
Yeah, hold on. There's been a little bit of a catastrophe here. Yeah, you sent me way too many pictures. 1 second. That's that picture. No. Who is that on the screen?
That is Martin Dum, aka Speed Freak, and me.
I thought so. There we go. That's the wrong. There we go. Here we are, back to 1999. Go.
Exactly. 1999. I just graduated from gymnasium, high school. Yeah. And that was actually one of my first DJ gigs. And right from the beginning, I thought, hey, it would be totally stupid to start buying vinyl because I have like 500 CDs with enormous amounts of tracks. Why should I buy all these on vinyl? That's stupid. Let's get a pitchable CD player. And that was kind of hard in the 90s, and you didn't have the stuff you have right now. So my first pitchable CD players only had a pitch scale of +/- no pitch bend, which made it a little difficult. Let's say it was an adventure, but it somehow worked. By the time that picture was taken, I had one of those double CD players. Maybe you remember, you have like a double drive.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Control unit. And I always put that in my backpack and went to the club and set it up there because nobody had a CD player back then.
And what music were you playing at this time then?
That was, I would say, techno and trance, kind of like the late 90s bonsai stuff. Stuff like early Chris Liebing, Thomas Schumacher.
I missed some of that bonsai stuff, man. That was they were bonsai years, weren't they?
Thomas Schumacher, When I Rock. What a track that was.
Yeah, and Wig Out Into, I can only recommend Wig Out Into. That is a Class A track. It is evolving over like 8 minutes. Just nuts. Love that track.
Shout out to Bonsai.
Yeah, definitely. And hi to Wide45 in the chat. Good evening, welcome. So, Peter, when did you cultivate your look? Because you had quite a...
I mean, that's a strong look on the screen,
that is
right?
a strong look, bro. I mean, was this something that you developed through high school or after you left, or what? When did you cultivate this look? When did you realize that you wanted to be different, or you were different like this?
I think that resulted from my rave years, because all of the ravers back then had colorful hair and strange beards and strange clothes. So maybe it sounds strange, but I wanted to kind of blend in with my strange look.
Totally, yeah. We all did that in the 90s, totally.
Back then I changed my hair color like every month. And I think most of the people in my area knew me for my beard. It's you cannot see that clearly on this picture, but it was.
There's loads more pictures with your beard, mate. Don't worry.
Yeah, so those were the local years where I only DJ'd in my local area, small clubs after hours. We had a rock club that did regular program up till I think 3 or 4 o'clock, and after that they did a techno after hour. It was kind of absurd, but it worked.
Yeah. Okay. And then you said you were going into before about selling first CDJ. Yeah.
Sorry, what?
You were talking about making your first CDJs and selling them. So selling your first CDs. I think it was this.
Oh yeah. With my friends. As I said, we decided to be a crew, and we needed a name for our crew. So we just took our first letters, that is Stormtrooper, Cypher, Alan Smithy, and The Mess, and it equaled scam.
Woo!
We were absolutely not aware what that word means. We just thought, okay, that sounds good. Scam.
Do you want to buy a scammy CD?
Yeah, do you want to buy scam CDs? Yeah, totally.
Sure, bro.
That was the year 2000. It was a club I was resident at that time. And we were selling the CDs for 15 Deutschmarks back then, which would be about 7 euros, I think. The first one went kind of good. We sold like 5 to 10 pieces each evening, which was okay. So each weekend on Friday, we met up, we burned CDs, we printed covers, we put everything together. And then in changing shifts, we stood outside the club or in the hall of the club and sold CDs.
Awesome.
And it worked perfectly fine, because when we brought up the second CD, which had a naked ass on the cover, people were tearing those CDs from us, and then on the first evening we sold 50 copies, which was insane for us.
Yeah.
Amazing.
By the way, you can get all those CDs for free on Bandcamp.
Oh wow, you still got them? You put them all up there?
Yeah, I have.
Awesome, man.
Friends of mine, my friends call me the archive. I store everything, and 2 years ago I decided to kind of have an online backup for those CDRs, because 20 years later CDRs may not work so good. So I put everything on Bandcamp to have it available. You can download it for free. You can enjoy the early works of Stormtrooper, which ranges from techno to trance to first hardcore stuff. Yeah, have a look if you have too much free time.
I'm trying to go and take a look now. I'm on your Bandcamp, Stormtrooper, right? How do I go?
You have to look for Scam Records.
Oh, it's not on your Stormtrooper page. Okay.
That is El Capitano. That is
this
not
one.
mine. Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly. Oh. So if you scroll down,
this is the one that sold really well.
Yeah, that sold insanely, motherfucker.
Yeah.
I personally think the music on the first one was much better than on the second one, but well, that cover
What does this mean? Dicker, länger, harder. What does that mean?
It means thicker, longer, and harder.
Why not? Makes sense. I'll put a link in the chat. It's free to download, guys. Go and get it. Awesome.
Yeah, and over the time we did those CDRs, I think we did 7 or 8 of them, like every quarter of a year. I realized that is not exactly what I wanted. I wanted something harder. I wanted the more dark and nasty stuff. So Cypher and I decided to do a sub-label. We called it like that. It wasn't really a sub-label. And called it Scum Records. Just changed one letter.
Yeah.
To have the resemblance. And we were aware what scum means by then. So we chose that name on purpose. And we thought it would be a nice idea not only to have our own stuff. Cypher was mainly into speedcore and breakcore at that time. I was more the regular hardcore guy. But to have other people from our area, DJs we met at hardcore parties, and just anybody who was already on the internet back then, and make it somehow a newcomer label, do compilations with newcomers. On the first one, the Anfang vom Ende, which means the beginning of the end, we really only had friends of ours on there. On the second one, we already had guys from Switzerland on there and from other German regions. So it slowly evolved. On number 3, we already had France on there and the whole of Germany, East German speedcore stuff. I think a lot of those names might be known to everyone who was around back then because of United Speedcore Nation, for example. Guys like ANC were kind of famous back then in the German scene. On number 4, we also had Austria. So it was slowly spreading all over Europe. And on number 5, we even had the Speed Freak on it, which is not really a newcomer anymore, of course. Yeah. But by then, we really made a name for ourselves. And by playing on a lot of parties, we met a lot of guys. And by that time, I got to know the Speed Freak. But I think that will be a topic for like half an hour or something like that, because we were already in 2005. Let's go.
Well, I was just going to flick through these. These are, I've got some pictures here of you DJing. That's at the Scam Party there. I've got pictures through 2001, 2002. The variety of hairstyles and beards is absolutely mind-blowing.
It is very impressive.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Chips. I like the shirt. Excuse me, I've got popcorn in my throat.
That's at Nature One 2002. You can see it right there, but I have blue hair combed back. It was kind of long, and it's combed back. Yeah.
Your eyebrows are always the most impressive.
I was just going to say, that's
a lot of work, bro, to do your eyebrows like that. Dedication.
Outstanding.
Pinky Without the Brain, this one was called. Where's this one?
It's at a party in Munich. I think the party was called Atari Pop, some electro pop, electro clash party. We used to go back then. There is also a story to that, but I'm not sure.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Time for all that. One of the guys, Alan Smithy, I did music right from the beginning, and we did a variety of styles. And at this party, we met, that's him, Alan. Shout out to Alan.
Shout out, Alan.
we met a DJ and label owner from Munich, which was really impressed by our sound and actually gave us our first vinyl contract in 2001, which was really a big thing for us. And especially because my father was always not very fond of my music and said it's only noise and I'm wasting my time. Kind of like what all parents or a lot of parents think of modern music.
Yep.
And when I came home with my contract, he said, boy, now you really made something out of yourself. I'm proud of you. You've done it. That's really awesome.
That's really nice.
That's great.
That's really
Sad
nice.
part is that 1 week later he died.
Oh my gosh.
shit.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Wow. Deep.
I know that's that's not good for the mood right now, but yeah, it is part of the story.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, at least as well, you got that validation and stuff. You know, you got that kind of
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's really a relief that right before his end, he said, I'm doing a good thing.
Yeah. That's a beautiful thing to hear, man. For sure.
Maybe I wouldn't have even continued to do music without this blessing.
Yeah. Because you'd always had that doubt, you know, that kind of like, you'd always question yourself, wouldn't you, about that?
Exactly.
It's something that we all seek as well as validation, especially from our parents. And it's not always easy to go, oh, you're proud of me. It's not like a thing that you do, you know, it's something that you hope to have said to you instead of having to ask about it. So to get that's really big. And there was
a really good TED talk by a guy called Rodney Mullen, who's a skater. Do you know Rodney Mullen? I don't know if you know skaters, but anyway, he was like a freestyle wonder kid in the kind of 80s. He used to hang out with Tony Hawk when they were kids.
Video with the spinning round and standing on the wheels and spinning around.
Yeah, he's insane. Ridiculous. He did a TED talk anyway. Really, he's quite very, very articulate, very intelligent guy. But he was talking about, you know, kind of what it is that we really crave when we reach kind of like professional levels and things like that. And it is just the kind of like the validation and the recognition from the people that we really care the opinions of. Yeah. You know, like our peers and our parents and stuff like that. It's like, you know, a lot of us, we're not doing this stuff for money, obviously, but, you know, it's kind of like we do it because we love it. And really, when you've been doing it that long, it's like the only thing that, you know, when you've released so many records and it's like, you know, releasing another record is not such a big thing anymore like it was the first time when you were a kid. The thing that you just really sets you off, that really makes a difference, is someone saying, that's really good. Someone that you really care about their opinion is saying, you did good, man. This is good stuff. And that's, you know, that's what we...
Especially if that person was never really a fan of what you're doing.
For sure, even more.
It's a real accomplishment that way then.
Yeah, it's a beautiful thing, man, for sure.
Yeah, cool. Definitely. That's the only good thing about that. And the record deal, even as we signed it, didn't go along because the label went bankrupt right the release before our release, because they made some bad decisions, invested a lot of money in a video for the release previous to ours, and then he told us, hey guys, listen, I don't have the money anymore to press your vinyl. We have to scrape that. I'm sorry. So yeah, that was in theory my first record deal.
Wow. Yeah.
Still counts. So did the
yeah.
music actually get released then? In the end? The video, did the video get created, or it just didn't happen?
No, the video was not for our music. It was for the release before our...
Oh, sorry, I misheard that. My bad. Sorry. Yeah. Okay.
Well, but the music we should have released, I'm not sure. It might be on one of our CDRs, but I'm not sure.
Okay.
Anyways, as I started doing hardcore with Scum Records back then, I also thought, okay, might be a good idea to get the first demos out in the world. So burned a bunch of CDRs like we did back in the days. put it in envelopes, send it out to labels that never responded. Okay. Next step was you should give it to other DJs in person or other acts that you know that are connected to a label. So we had I think it was a monthly or bi-monthly hardcore party in Munich. I went there since I was 17, I think. So I started giving out CDRs to every main artist they had on those parties. And one of them was Claudio Lanzenhaus.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And he said, yeah, of course, man, I will give it to Lenny D. I'm not sure if I do the accent right.
That'll do.
Brutalone.
Yeah, and I was really, oh, wow, he will give it to the big man of industrial strength. Damn, cool. Yeah. But the following month, I heard absolutely nothing. So I decided to do something really crazy and write an email to Industrial Strength. And Jules replied and said, no, we never got any CD from you. I'm sorry. Maybe you want to send it over directly to us to New York? Okay. Back then I thought sending a CD to the USA would be a totally stupid idea because it would never get there. It's too far away.
Yeah.
But I did it anyway. So put the CD in the envelope, sent it out, and waited. And waited and waited. And 3 months later, my mobile rang, and it was very strange because the display was totally empty. Normally, you get something like unknown caller or something like that, but it was
it
completely...
Batman?
It was completely empty, but it was still ringing. So I thought, oh, maybe my mobile is broken. But I answered the call anyways and said, okay, hello, wer ist da? And the guy on the other end said, hey, man, are you Peter? This is Lenny D calling from New York.
You do some accents, bro.
You've got a brilliant Lenny accent.
Yeah.
Oh, wicked tracks, man. I want to do all of them. Rock and roll. And I think my face turned completely white back then. I could not believe what just happened, that some guy from America called me and said, my music is awesome and he wants to release it on vinyl. Oh my God. Yeah, that's how it all started. And I think that was like 1 month later. Lenny played in Switzerland at Energy. So I decided to go there and meet the big man, which was actually not as tall as me. And yeah, we had a really good time. Yeah. So I signed my first contract with Industrial Strength. Funny thing is, originally planned were 4 totally different tracks. There was no Todesvogel involved yet. They were completely different tracks, but he loved it anyway. Mm-hmm. I continued to send out demos to other labels, and one of the labels I sent a demo to was Third Movement. And quite fast, I got a response from Third Movement, and they got, among others, Todesvogel. And Sebastian wrote me.
You can do a Sebastian impression as well.
We need impressions of everybody from now on. The whole
I'm afraid I don't have a Sebastian impression. Yeah, he wrote me, thank you for sending over some tracks, but I don't like any of them. You totally overdone the filter trick, and that is not how it's supposed to be. We can definitely not release this. I'm sorry.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, actually, that is one of my favorite stories of all times. And I rub it in Sebastian's face every time.
I think Sebastian had a similar story about something that he didn't sign when he came on the show. I can't remember what it was, and he refused something and he regretted it because I think Patrick Roughneck signed it. I can't remember who it was. You remember that story, Greg?
Yeah, totally. Yeah, but I can't remember who it was.
Yeah. If anyone in the chat can remember, then call it. But anyway, So what did you do with Todesvogel then? What happened?
I can't remember why, but Lenny decided to change all of the tracks that he originally signed, and said, he needed something more dark, more aggressive. And I thought, okay, let's give him this track. It was refused by another label, but okay, let's do it. Yeah, and it ended up as the B2 of the vinyl because back then also he didn't think it was a A1. Can't blame him for that. But actually, it didn't take very long until everybody decided that was the best track of the vinyl. And there was a party in early 2005 in Cologne, Raving Nightmare. I had to play there, and but I didn't. But I went there without any expectations. I didn't expect to hear my music played by other DJs. But that was absolutely not the case, because that evening, Todesvogel was played 5 times in the main area.
Wow!
First time I heard it was played by Daisy. And I think I was floating like half a meter above the ground when I heard it. It was so amazing. I couldn't really. I didn't realize what was happening. There is somebody that plays my music that never happened before. And yeah, it happened 4 more times throughout the evening. I know that Endymion played it, Party Razor played it, and someone is missing. But it doesn't matter.
So
and that was the moment I realized that
we should totally play it.
Freaking hit.
Yeah, definitely. And what? Well, let's talk about more about it after, because I want to play it while we're hot on. We're in the club. It's being played. I want to feel it, and then let's talk a little bit more about it after. So this is Stormtrooper Todesvogel.
Jemanden zu Tode vögeln?
All right, so hot question in the chat is, what is a Todesvogel? What does Todesvogel mean? It means to fuck to death or something, right?
Yeah, it's actually a play on words. Because if you say Todesvogel, it actually means bird of death. But the sample says, kann man jemanden zu Tode vögeln, which means, can you really fuck somebody to death?
Aha. Okay.
You know what was interesting? How much the kicks reminded me of Monstera, that Trips.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Right.
Yeah. Feeling some inspiration there.
The filter slides are kind of similar,
Yeah. Never noticed that before, but
shot.
yeah.
I didn't notice that either. I love this one, and I also like this the Speed Freak remix. I played that a lot.
Oh yeah, I love it
a lot. That one, really enjoyed it.
The funny thing about Todesvogel is it was only meant as a tryout track for a distortion plugin. I never meant to have it as a real track. I just threw a few sounds in and started automating a distortion plugin, not knowing what will come out of that.
And so where are the samples from?
It's from Body of Evidence, a really shitty movie with Madonna.
I remember that. And Willem Dafoe.
Exactly. And his son asks him in a restaurant, Daddy, is it really possible to fuck somebody to death?
Yeah.
And that is the sample.
Awesome.
Yeah.
What was that noise? Did anyone hear that noise?
It's the cat.
That's the cat.
Yeah. Sounds like a cat.
Hold on. I don't think you can see him, but he's like, hold on, he doesn't like being picked up, but Max, he's a big fucker.
Hello, Maxie.
He's a loud bastard.
Awesome. So that came out and critical acclaim from DJs all over the world. And then what happened? Then Promo signed you to the agency, right? Was that like right after, or?
That was like about a year later.
Okay.
Again, Lenny pulled some strings and said, "Yeah, man, listen, I know this guy in the Netherlands. He has a booking agency and he's looking for a fresh young artist. I will recommend him to you. I will recommend you to him." Yeah, so that was the very start of TTM bookings. And I was in the initial roster of it because Lenny said, I'm worth it.
Nice.
Hey.
And
that's great.
Actually, I had a lot of bookings back then.
Yeah, I was looking
really
through your
fucking good.
Yeah, 2003 through to like 2005, 2006. It really started taking off for you, right? You had like your first one was Raving Nightmare, right? Let's not skip too far ahead. I'm just going to bring that picture up because we've got some stuff. Boom.
My first ever gig in the Netherlands was Raving Nightmare in Arnhem.
Yeah.
And that was right after I cut my beard, my famous beard, again because of a girl.
Things you do for love,
Peter.
Yeah.
I don't know if you recognize him, but the guy in the back is Noise Kick.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow, yeah.
A very young Noise Kick. And yeah, I think I played right after him, which was really a challenge because he ended like I don't know BPM, and I started with 200 doing now it would be called an early Frenchcore set.
Yeah,
which back then was a recent time Frenchcore set.
And so how was it for you going for your first gig in the Netherlands then? Was it like, were you super nervous about it, or was you just excited, or how did it feel for you?
I don't remember exactly, but I guess I was super nervous. Excited, definitely. And traveling to the Netherlands was like going to another planet for me because it's like 800 kilometers from my place. And I've never been on a plane alone before because in Germany, there is no reason to go by plane. You go by train. But I flew there and Yeah, it was a whole new world. I'm about to start singing a whole new world.
That was in my head. Then I stopped myself.
Don't you dare close your eyes.
No.
And even as it was a really shitty small second area, it was an absolute adventure to play there, and I was super honored to be among those Dutch guys. I mean, Holland, the birthplace of hardcore, kind of, or at least the home of the hardcore scene, the main hardcore scene.
Yeah.
So I really felt special because I didn't know any other German guys apart from like Mark Pain or Speed Freak that played in Holland. Yeah, that was really cool.
Yeah.
So yeah, as you said, it really started to take off. Then you got Masters of Hardcore. A picture of that too. You're playing at Masters of Hardcore. The beard hasn't made an appearance back yet, and you have normal hair. This is a very unusual picture for my brain to comprehend. There's no colour. There's no big beard. What's happening?
The girl for whom I cut the beard happened because back then we were a couple for like 2 years, and she wasn't really into that raving thing. She tried to make me a normal guy. And funny story for this for this gig, first time at Masters of Hardcore, we knew really huge party, 10,000 people, and as I said, we were together for 2 years, so I was seriously planning to propose to my girlfriend in the middle of my set.
Nice.
Yeah. The only problem was that like half an hour before I started DJing, my girlfriend started to throw up. I don't know why, and let's not go into details, but she got really sick. So I thought, might be a bad idea to now call her up on stage and ask her to marry me.
I do. That would have been brilliant.
But as it later turns out, it was a great coincidence that I did not propose to her.
Oh, okay.
Because go on, you got to tell. You can't keep us hanging. You got
the cliffhanger.
Yeah.
Because we had another part 3 years, but she developed more and more into a real attention whore and tried to be more in the spotlight at parties than me. She went there because of me, but she tried to draw everybody's attention and try to be friends with everybody. So yeah, that was not really cool. And ultimately,
shout out if you're watching, by the way.
Yeah. Hola.
I guess she's not watching. And I will not say a name.
She's in the chat now, actually. She's asking us all to go to this link.
Hello, Christina.
So yeah, this was like a real wave of big gigs, big releases. There's the picture from before. This is Noise Kick's birthday, you and Speed Freak. Along this time, you started putting out records on some big labels as well. You had stuff on Psychic Genocide coming out. You had your first release on Rebel Scum as well in 2007.
Yeah.
Trackstorm, again, Rebel Scum as well. There was a lot more as well. I just cherry picked these ones, but quite big labels, like doing the rounds, getting about a bit.
Yeah.
Let's also mention Death Chant and Mokum.
Yeah.
Oh, of course, yeah.
In those years, everything just went perfect. Everybody was requesting me. Everybody wanted music. Everybody wanted me to play. At some point, as I mentioned earlier, I got to know Speed Freak. And I've been a Speed Freak fan since 1994, basically, when Destruction by Speed was released. Ever since that album, I was a total Speed Freak fan. I bought every CD he released, and because I didn't buy vinyl, I had to buy the CDs. And like 2005, I think, we met for the first time and realized that we had a very similar humor and got along really well. So from that time on, I regularly visited him and stayed at his place for a week. I would love to say we did a lot of music at his place, but we mainly did other things at his place. Music was mainly only a theoretical topic. We were listening to music. We were talking about what to do next. And music was done separately. But it was a good thing. And he did Absurd Audio back then. We did a lot of split EPs of awesome, strange, and funny music. And he's kind of my Sith Lord. And I'm his apprentice. It was always like that. They always appear in pairs. I don't know what they say in English because I think I never watched Star Wars in English. But they say Sith always appear in twos, and
Never watched Star Wars in English.
Or at least I don't remember the expression, what they say. There's always a Sith Lord and a Sith apprentice.
Yeah.
So that leads us up to this release here, I guess. The Stormtrooper and MCK. I've never heard of this artist before for some reason.
I know the reason. MCK is my best friend since first grade.
Okay.
Still is. And we did a lot of hip-hop stuff for fun in my bedroom. Never released stuff. But at that time, I said, hey, come on. Want to do a real record? Why not release something with your vocals? And he said, yeah, okay. Well, I don't mind. Let's do it. So this record was created.
All right, let's play it.
Yeah, let's drop it.
This is 2007 Stormtrooper and MCK on Absurd Audio. Rap Whores. Let's go.
I like to take the cock and slide it all the way down my throat. Balls deep down my throat. I love sucking cock.
This one here is a real bitch. She'll rip you to shreds.
Say it again. Say it again if you dare.
As the night is flowing, got me glowing. I'm the main attraction growing. Gotta feel it all in your system. When you hit 'em drums in that banging rhythm, you won't miss me, you won't forget me. Straight rock the spotlight, you just let me. I'm a little too weak to dance and scream, and I yell out. Fucking enemy!
for the core, and no one should talk to or for sure, and that's a fact, cause I have said the famous Mr. Rap.
Oh, what a mess. I'm too old for this kind of bullshit.
I know this is hard on everyone.
It goes, I won't even do what I do every time you're gonna check it out. Let's go, dip it low, then you bring it up slow. Run it up one time, run it back once. Run, run, let it run. See you run. Done, shake it to the movie, come to fun. Everybody in the club and do the work. You ready to move, say yeah. Time for your mind, say yeah. I'm ready for you, come let me show you. You want to move, I'll show you how. It goes, I won't even do what I do.
Joe.
Nice use of the Rihanna sample.
Yeah, it's Rihanna.
I never heard this track before today. I never heard this one.
On the replay, it was actually her first and last good track.
Oh, that's controversial. I don't know what's better, but
just for the record, on this track, MCK was not on the vocals. We had 2 tracks with him on the vocals. It was the other side of the record, and this track was just it was actually kind of a very early approach to GabberDisco, which we will be talking about in 2018.
Yeah,
mashing up a shitload of pop songs together which should not belong together and giving it a kick drum.
I think it's worth us already pointing out the diversity in your productions. It's always astounded me how many genres you manage to traverse. So you do like, and let's forget about the GabberDisco and the label with Al, the rave music thing. Let's put that to one side for now. I'm just talking about before that. I'm talking about the fact that you did hardcore and like hard techno-y kind of sound and an industrial sound, and then this is like a UK hardcore sound and a French core thing, and there's a lot, and managing to get it out on labels that it suits, managing to find homes for stuff instead of just sitting in the corner and being in a box. You really made an example of just going, rah, I'm doing all of this, I can do stuff for these labels and it's all going to work, and boom, and really mastering the art of being diverse. So big respect for that, man. It's worth pointing out.
For real.
Really,
thank you.
Really a feather in your hat, that one.
Thank you.
So yeah, we are at 2007. Then you have DEFCON 1, and yeah. So how's everything going around this time now? Then you're obviously quite. This is like you're at your peak now, really. Yeah.
It actually is, yeah.
Yeah.
I used to call it the fat years.
The fat years.
As I really was a part of every festival's lineup. I played all over Europe. The gigs abroad from Europe come later, but at that time, yeah, no festival or big rave was safe from me, and I played Mayday. I played Masters of Hardcore 3 times. Energy in Switzerland twice. So all of the big parties that had hardcore as a sound, I was there. I played them, and it was my everyday life to go there. That was Nature One.
Thunderdome at Nature One, right?
Yeah, exactly. And that was actually, I think, I hope I'm not mistaken, one of the first European gigs of Timon. Because back then,
you can tell he looks a bit too fresh there, doesn't he?
He does look like a fresh Timon. No, not a session site.
Yeah. If only he knew what was about to happen.
Yeah.
Oh, big love for Timon, man.
Yes, big shout,
bro. I miss you, bro.
Yeah, we had a lot of good and intense parties.
Yeah. So you were doing the rounds, and so you call this the fat years. Is it because you weren't looking after yourself? You on planes, in backstages, eating, drinking too much, etc., and you just let everything go? Is that the reason you called it the fat years, or what happened?
Yeah, because I think I never had more bookings than in those years. I was basically on the road every Friday and Saturday. I made twice the amount of money with gigs than I did in my daytime job, which I always kept because I always thought, okay, making music should be a hobby. You shouldn't rely on that. It should not be you have to do it, but you can do it. Mm-hmm. So I had a daytime job that covered all of my expenses, paid my rent, paid for everything, and all the money I made with gigs was just money I could play with. I could spend on whatever I wanted to.
Mm-hmm. So you did.
Yeah, I did. I bought a flat in Vienna. I bought a Mercedes. Everything was cool. Those were the fat years. And it slowly started descending again because of a girl.
I'm shocked.
Who would have seen that coming?
And I think I know where we're going with this. Please go ahead.
At that time, I was living in Vienna. I moved there in 2005, and we bought a flat. We bought a fancy car, and in late 2009, we broke up, and the question arose: who gets what, and how should we sell it, and what is happening next? So that was a big. Yeah, a big. I have
big mess.
No word for that. A big mess. Yeah, it was actually a big mess and a big throwback. That was the word I was looking for in my life. I moved back to Germany, which was not a bad decision, but at that time it was complicated. And somehow the gigs got a bit lesser. It was still good, but it was not as good as the years before. It made a bit the impression that everyone has heard me play and they're cool with that. Now they want something new.
Yeah.
At that time, a different booking agency approached me, an agency from East Germany, saying that they see great potential in my sound for East Germany because they have a strong, they call it techno scene over there. It's not really what the rest of Europe understands with techno, but it's really stomping kicks like 150 BPM. And they said, yeah, we want to have you in our roster and we want to have you playing in East Germany on a regular basis. And I said, yeah, cool. Why not? So that started a new phase in my career, which I like to call the Minupren years.
Before we go to the Minupren years, there's something that I really want to know. So this relationship, the last one that's just broken down, right? And with the car and everything. Is that the girl that you wrote your Love Hurts release about?
No.
Oh, damn. Because I wanted to talk about that release because that's one of my favorite releases of yours. Do you mind if we just explore it a little bit? Because I've always wanted to ask you about it.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's a really emotional record. There's 4 tracks on there, I think. Well, one of my favorites is A Part of You Remains, but it's the most emotional music that I've heard from you. And it's on one of my favorite hardcore labels of all time, Love Hurts. Shout to Steph if you're tuned in.
Big up.
What was the creative process behind that, and what was the inspiration, if you don't mind, because I'm really curious on it.
Sure. Why shouldn't we talk about it?
I don't know.
the girl that this EP is about is actually from East Germany. I met her at one of my first parties in East Germany. We got along well. We were just friends. And yeah, we met kind of on a regular basis because she was traveling all over Germany to go to parties. And it started evolving into a little more, but we never had the guts to commit to each other. And it was always the thing that one of us wanted the other one, but the other one didn't have the guts to do this final step and call it a relationship. It was either me or it was her, but we never at the same time said, okay, let's try it. Mm-hmm. And in 2012, she told me that she cannot do this anymore and she wants to end all contact and actually never want to hear from me again.
Wow.
Was that the last time you spoke to her?
No, it was not.
Okay.
We still had very loose contact then and even over the next years. But that was what threw me into a deep hole that I needed a long time to crawl out of again. And this EP was part of crawling out again because I finally had an output for my feelings and put it into some piece of art. I mean, I considered it really strange that other DJs would play those tunes because they were something very personal and very emotional. And every time I heard one of those tracks somewhere, I thought, why the fuck are you playing that? You are not feeling this track. That is my feeling.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I want to play it. Are you okay with that? Yeah?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, okay. I don't want to upset you. Okay. Okay, so this is Stormtrooper, A Part of You Remains. This is one of my personal favorites of all time.
Our voices will linger in these walls. as long as this place remains. But I will admit that the part of me that is going will very much miss the part of you that is staying.
Really beautiful track, Peter.
Really good. Yeah.
I love it.
Thank you.
The whole release is fantastic. I'm going to drop a link into the chat there so that you can grab it, gang. Big shout to Blasterix in the chat. He said, it's my first time here.
Blasterix.
Blasterix. It's my first time watching the show.
Blasterix.
Basterix.
I think I'll have to go back.
Asterisk.
From Asterix?
Maybe.
I think it's
Basterix.
I read it wrong. Yeah, Basterix. Anyway, it's my first time watching the show, and I think I'll have to go back and watch every single one after this.
That's actually a good idea. I did the same at one point.
You've got to do shots every time we do shots, though.
Yeah, every time you see us doing shots. Some of the shows we get really fucking drunk.
We get really fucked up. Yeah. If you can find the one with Thrasher, like snorting lines of salt and then passing out, that's a good one.
Yeah, that's a goodie. There's some goodies there, but yeah, you're very welcome here. Make yourself at home, and we look forward to seeing more of you. Glad you enjoyed the content. Thanks for that. I appreciate it.
Yeah, respect.
Okay, so I jumped into the storyline there because I really wanted to understand that. So thank you for sharing, Peter. I really do appreciate it. So let's talk about the Minupren years then.
Yeah, and final comment on that EP. A few months after it got released, I contacted her again saying, hey, did you see that I have a new release? Yeah, I do. And did you realize that it's about you? She said, yeah, of course, it has my initials in it.
Oh.
And what do you think of the release? And she said, I don't want to comment on that.
Oh. This is like a soap opera. I feel like I'm watching this kind of like hardcore. I can't say hardcore rom-com. That sounds wrong. Kind of
rom-com.
Amazing.
Brilliant. All right, so you got signed to this agency in East Germany, and you met and made friends with Minupren.
Exactly. I don't know where we met for the first time. It's not really important, but we got along really well. He's a really lively, friendly guy, always in a party mood. So we got along really good. We did a few DJ gigs together because of our booking agency said, hey, you want to play a versus? Yeah, sure, let's do it. And I always thought his music, his productions are really shitty. And so I said, hey, what do you think about doing music together? You share your ideas and I do all the technical stuff.
I'll make you sound good.
Basically, that's what I said, yeah.
Yeah.
Because we would both have an advantage from that. So he said, yeah, okay, let's do it. Why not try it? We chose a name together and called ourselves the Brutal and Sadistic Show. And the short was T-Bass. We didn't realize when we took the name that there was actually a really cool short version of the name, T-Bass, and that's what we were known for the following years. We put on some stupid SM masks and started DJing on a regular basis. And our productions went really well. And we scored 2 really big party hits. One was Eskalieren, and the other one was Boss muss ficken. Both of them got real anthems in the German techno scene. Everybody knew the lyrics. Everybody was shouting along. And yeah, as you see, we played the biggest German techno festivals there were, Syndicate, for example, there. And yeah, it went really well. Everything was cool until the moment I realized that he was claiming those slogans that originally came from my feather. You said it in English?
No.
I wrote those. Okay.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah.
I wrote those lyrics. So they originated from me, but he adapted them, and he used it to his advantage to get solo bookings, and all of a sudden everybody knew him for those hits, which were actually our hits. But he was not into sharing that fame. He said, yeah, okay, if people book us together, they book us together, but if they prefer to book me alone, I cannot do anything. Yeah, that was a real shitty move. But I went along with that for a quite long time, because that wasn't actually something that came overnight. It slowly evolved. It got more and more. And at some point we had regular talks, and I said, hey, come on, we cannot go on like that. We have to do at least, let's say, 2 gigs a month together. I think you are in a position to tell the promoters that if they want to hear those hits, they have to book us together. He said, yeah, I'll try. But he actually never tried. He also made a lot of merchandise stuff with those slogans. And he said, yeah, listen, I'm having all the work with it. Is it okay if I keep the bigger share? Okay. I didn't mind about money. It wasn't really important to me. But he actually kept 100%.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Actually, that phase covers like 6 or 7 years of my career. We had a lot of good times, but like in most relationships, it ended really bad.
Sucks, dude.
Yeah. And what came on top is that over the years that I DJ'd with him, the Netherlands seemed to forget about me. I heard that a lot of people now consider me a techno DJ because I am DJing with another techno DJ. But what we actually played was never techno. It would have fitted in any industrial area in the Netherlands. But, you know, if something gets labeled, it's pretty hard to lose a label.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so the bookings abroad got less and less, and I was basically only DJing in Germany anymore and relying on the bookings with him. At one point, I noticed that people at those gigs don't even know my name. They only know that I'm the guy that DJs with Minupren.
Oh, wow. Really?
Which is pretty absurd. But it was the reality at that time. Yeah. On the brighter side, at one point I started DJing in traditional Bavarian fashion, Lederhosen. And everybody said, hey, if you are DJing in those clothes, you need sound that fits you. So I thought, yeah, why not do a track with traditional Bavarian music? That should be fun. And from that emerged the Bavarian Barbarian.
We've got that
of
to
course.
Play. Yeah. Let's play the Bavarian Barbarian. 2014 Stormtrooper, Bavarian Barbarian.
besondere radioaktive Strahlen verändert. Dadurch bricht auch die Brutalität des Urmenschen wieder aus. Radioaktive Strahlen verändert. Dadurch bricht auch die Brutalität des Urmenschen wieder aus und die Erdbewohner verwandeln sich zurück in Affen.
Lots of fun.
Yo.
Lots and lots and lots of fun that was. And also real the signature Stormtrooper kind of sound has started to develop here. Like there's after a certain point, I want to play the other track as well that makes me think this, but that really big distorted crunchy kick drum, which has become quite synonymous with your tracks, emerged around this era, right? And the other track that was probably the most famous for it was Beautiful Music, which I'm going to play straight away now, if I may, because this is brilliant and before the Bavarian in the timeline, so I want to not skip it, okay? This is a belter still to this day. I still play this. Brilliant. awesome stuff, and it still stands up today. That does. It's brilliant. Every time you drop it in a club, everybody's there off on the drop. It's just
thank
a whacker.
Thank you. Funny story about beautiful music. I think it was the first time I was in contact with Al Twisted, Motormouth Records.
Shout out to Al.
Shout out to Al.
Shout out to Al.
And he asked me to do 2 tracks for a split EP with KRTM.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, yeah, of course, I'll do that. And the track I did intentionally for this release was the other one, Shabby Chic. And then I thought, okay, I need a second track. Let's do some stupid kick drum tool for it. And that was beautiful music.
Oh.
Nice.
And it showed that my best tracks, I have a lot of examples over the years. My best tracks are actually when I don't care at all what I'm doing.
Yep. Yeah.
There was a track that came out on Daniel's last album that always makes me think that it's a modern day version of beautiful music, and it's old school thrash. It's got the same elements. Okay. It's got a really distorted kick and like a ravey vibe to it. It's really in the same kind of vein. It's a slight side topic, but I just wanted to call it out. I always make the two always make me think of each other. But yeah, the early on the release with the early KRTM as well, like before he disappeared and then came back and you know became a techno god or whatever. This was a big release at the time, very big release, and it started a thriving relationship with Al as well, which is a great story, which we can probably come into a little bit more after. Yeah, go ahead.
Funny thing is that that release didn't get me virtually any bookings in the Netherlands. Everybody played that track, but nobody booked me for it.
Oh.
I mean, 1 or 2 bookings for sure, but it was not like, Todesvogel style, everybody wants to have me on their party again.
Yeah, it was definitely big in the UK industrial scene. That was a big track, still is.
Yeah, I think that the main problem was that everybody thought I am a techno DJ now.
Yeah, there was a phase that you went through where you were German techno and you kind of disappeared a little bit down that path because that was where your bread and butter was, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
But yeah. For a long time, I considered that a wrong decision in my life, but I now came to the understanding that I am now where I am because of the decisions I made. And even those decisions that were kind of a throwback were part of who I am now. So I should
you don't get anywhere by you don't get anywhere by getting everything right. Right? You only learn by your mistakes or your challenges, or else you don't get anywhere. So nothing is wrong. It's just part of your journey, man. That's what it is.
Yeah. Dean Devastator in the chat just mentioned Rampage.
Yeah,
another perfect example of I don't care what I'm doing, just doing a stupid kick drum tool, and there was Rampage.
Yeah, exactly. It is in the list, Dean, and this is for you as well.
Fucking yeah.
It's in the list, bro. It's in the list. We can play it a little bit later in the Q&A. It was in here, but we skipped past it in the timeline. It's a personal favourite of mine and Dean's, that one. Do you remember when we booked you at Oblivion versus Hell is Hard in Birmingham? We were having a conversation about what your best tracks were. It was me, you, and Dean Devastator. And we were like, Rampage and Beautiful Music are definitely. You were like, Rampage, really? We're like, yeah, bro, we fucking love that one. You're like, nobody ever says that to me. Like, fucking yeah. Yeah, it's true.
I remember when I got to the party, I was really surprised how fast everybody was playing. I expected like 150, 160 BPM industrial party, but everybody was playing like 200 plus. That was... Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Ain't no party like an Oblivion party.
Indeed.
Hello, pussycat. Hold on, before we have a malfunction. Hello.
Hey.
A rogue Ronnie appears.
I also remember that at that party, I asked you, you know Cam?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure if we were
at that
official
time,
then.
you already knew her a bit better.
Yeah, well,
she wasn't cam official.
No, she wasn't cam official, but we knew each other, and it actually brings me on to a teeniest link. The reason that I kind of got more familiar with you guys is that it turned out that she was working on this for you and Minupren.
Yeah.
And you guys already had a relationship, so it was kind of and she did the flyer for that party that you came over. So it's weird how things move, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, that's how we all kind of met each other.
Yeah, she did a lot of artworks for Minupren and me. Because even back then, her artworks were just awesome.
Yeah, she's great.
Shout out to Cam.
Shout out to Cam. See you tomorrow. Can't wait to wreck you.
Okay.
It's been a while. We haven't seen each other. So, anyway, moving on. Thanks for the flowers. Next up, we have got. So we've done the Bavarian Barbarian thing. So we talked about Al Twisted, and we're kind of at the point now where it's 2017, and you start a new project, a project of passion, I guess, because it's gone quite fast, very, very, very quickly. Lots of releases all the time. Tell us about RAVE MUZIK.
At one point when everything was pretty shitty with Minupren already, I thought something needs to change with my sound. Maybe I need to get back to my real roots, and I have always been a rave baby. The German rave sound was always that sound I could that's the part where I'm missing a word again. Identify
I thought you just
with
blue screened.
It's the sound I could identify most over the years. It was just what my heart was beating for, and it was really sad that nobody played or produced that kind of style anymore. So I thought, okay, let's do some productions that have that vibe, that 90s melodies, but with some modern kick drums. And I made like a 2-minute sketch, put it on SoundCloud, called it RAVE MUZIK. I don't know if there was a beta or test or something like that in the name. It was called RAVE MUZIK. And like a day after I put it online, Al contacted me and said, okay, dibs on that track. I don't know what you're doing there, but I want that. We need to get that out. That is excellent. And I said,
okay. Can you do an Al Twisted impression as well?
Oh no, Scottish is way too hard. And on parties, it always sounds like, "Hey, mate, what's the problem?"
Pretty damn good.
Yeah, mate,
I struggle to understand the Scottish on a party. It's difficult.
I struggle to understand Joe at a party sometimes.
yeah, it's true. yeah.
After he decided he wants to put it out, I said, okay, which label does it fit? I mean, it's a totally different sound. And he said, yeah, why not do a special label for it? Let's call it like you called your track. Let's call it RAVE MUZIK and do stuff like that. Would that be of your interest? And I thought, wow, that would be my first real label. I mean, what I did in the past was just playing around, but nowadays it would be a real label. It would be mine. Wow. Yeah, I want to do that. Yeah, and after that, a long and hard journey began, because apart from my own productions, I needed other people that do sound like that. And it's really hard to find people that are still doing that, or doing it again, or are willing to do it. And by coincidence, I came across a guy from the Ruhr area, from Germany, Christian, which did music under the name Project Ecstasy. And he just sent me some demos. He said, yeah, I'm doing music for fun. Want to have a listen? And yeah, ever since then, he was kind of my my right hand when it comes to rave music, because he just does an immense amount of music, and everything sounds just like pulled out of the 90s.
Awesome.
And later on, we...
Sorry, go ahead. It's okay, ignore. Go ahead.
Yeah. Over the time, we even convinced some old heroes from back in the 90s to do music on rave music, like Biochip C.
Wow. But so we were listening to some Biochips. Right? Yeah. But like electro stuff. We were listening to some Biochip C downstairs a couple of... Yeah, so certainly in the last week of stuff. And going through a load of old, like that kind of early 2000s electro-y sort of stuff. And yeah, he was really good at that shit, man. Yeah.
He used to pump out so much music, didn't he?
Yeah.
Still does quite a lot.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Actually, Martin is abusing the name Biochip C for every style that doesn't fit in any other name.
Yeah. Yeah, wasn't there a Speed Freak album just recently?
Yeah, the 30-year Speed Freak album.
Yeah, I got that through, yeah.
And we talked about Cam before. Didn't Cam work on some of the artworks for some of these early ones as well? I seem to remember that she was doing some of the art.
Yeah, she did.
Yeah, yeah. All right, let's play some music from it. What have we got?
The initial track with a friend of mine on the vocals, KDB. Shout out to Katie, who now has her own blues rock band called Mulberry Sky, if you want to look that up. And if you're into blues, Mulberry Sky, pretty good. But now for something completely different.
Let's go. This is Stormtrooper featuring Cathy B. And this is Exhale Fantasy. Don't think I didn't notice that little kick that's from A Part of You Remains, that little alternate kick every now and again. Cheeky. So this isn't my cup of tea, I have to admit, but I get it. I get why you're so passionate about this project. It's fun. It's entertaining. It must be a hell of a lot of fun to make.
Absolutely.
And the label itself has had, there's 3 pages on Discogs already in 6 years. So that's a fucking
I think we're
lot.
at release number
60.
61 something. Yep.
That's a lot in 6 years.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a lot of work. Sometimes it was really stressy, but it was always worth it. And as I mentioned, we had some old heroes like Dune and Technohead, and Lenny did an EP with me. So yeah, we have quite a few names that are well known on the label. Not only the new ones that are doing the old sound, but also the old guys doing retro sound.
Yeah.
Nice. And do you find that it's traveling well? Is it popular? Are you doing a lot of sales and a lot of streams and things like that? How is it going generally? I'm just really curious because it's outside of my bubble completely. And wondering how it is compared to hardcore.
It's doing okay. It's not selling like a new Dither and Vitral record, but it's doing okay. And I often find 1 or 2 tracks in other people's sets, so it's recognized quite well.
Also, so it's a project of passion, and you're enjoying it, and that's the main thing. It's a nice outlet for you.
Exactly.
Yeah. Sweet.
As I said, I never want to depend on music. I always want to do what I feel I want to do, and if it's stuff that nobody else likes besides me, then it's okay, because the first person that music needs to make happy is me. If I am not happy with my art, then it's shit.
Totally. Yep.
And if it makes other people happy, that's a cool bonus.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah. So in a similar kind of vein then, I guess this is a nice segue into the whole GabberDisco thing, because this is full retard now. The GabberDisco stuff. So we've got the rave music thing, which is like 90s hardcore-y, gabbery, happy hardcore, glow sticks and shit. But GabberDisco is basically that on crack, right? It's just everything hardcore, Frenchcore, gabber, but everything really eclectic.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a total absurd mega mixing of everything that should have never been together in one track. And it basically started at the same time as rave music. We didn't sync our schedules, but Martin approached me and said, hey, listen, I'm starting a new project and I want you to be part of it. It will be called GabberDisco. This is the concept. I would be happy if you're on board. And of course, I was on board because, like I said, Martin always was like my mentor. And if he says, let's do this, then we'll do it. And I have to admit, in the beginning, GabberDisco was a real challenge for me, because over the last years when I did music with Minupren, I was not used to very detailed music anymore. It was very basic music, very it was basically Schlager techno, we used to call it. Stuff that everybody can sing along, even with 3 promille. And doing such detailed and complex music like GabberDisco, I needed a few releases to adjust my style again. But when I warmed up again, it was really fun, and ever since I'm loving it. It's just so super absurd, and you can live out your wildest fantasies, have all the tunes that you like throughout your whole life, and combine them with other shit. You will hear in a moment what I mean if you are not familiar with GabberDisco.
Okay, so let's just do it. Let's just get into it. Stormtrooper, What I Really Want. I'm scared to press play, but I'm going to do it.
And the drum beat goes mental.
Sorry, what now?
It's the one and only Eagle Double G. Snoop Dogg. Da 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 da. You know I'm mobbing with the D.R.E.
Yeah. You know the West Coast is back for all you suckers. Put it in here. Yeah. Suck, no.
Top dog, light 'em on. Yeah, I'm burning it up. ZPGC, you should be turning it up. CBC, LBC, yeah, we hooking back up. And when they bang us in the club, baby, you got to get up.
I'm stopping it
quite early.
so I don't get pulled for copyright infringement. Seriously.
I was going to say, man, that's like sample clearance fucking nightmare, isn't it?
Yeah. That's kind of retarded, not going to lie.
But it's actually super fun, and it's music that all the girls dig. It's so funny because it has 200 BPM and all the girls love it. I don't know why, but it works.
I don't think my girl loves it. But
No, I don't think mine does either. You know, there's a theme here throughout your career, Peter. We're doing things that the girls want.
Indeed. Look where that's got you.
Look where that's got you, bro. Well, I'm glad that you're happy. That's the main thing, bro.
Yeah.
It's awesome. It's awesome. Someone has said in the chat, it sounds like hard tech. It basically is hard tech, but with just super pop music all over it. It's cool. It's cool. So that's kind of what you've been rocking for the last few years now. The
exactly.
rave music and this, having a bunch of fun.
Yeah, and last Monday we celebrated the 5-year GabberDisco anniversary. So yeah, I've been doing both labels for 5 years now. Time has passed really fast, but it's still super fun.
Awesome. And that's what it's kind of, as we're reaching our twilight years, Peter, it becomes more about the fun, doesn't it? It's like you just want to enjoy what you're doing, right? It's like
Absolutely.
you kind of, like you say, you've kind of had those crazy years, and we've kind of been through the kind of like the highs and lows and stuff like that. And now you kind of just realize, just want to enjoy it. I just want to have fun, just kind of just play around with it and stuff. And it's not all so serious anymore.
Exactly.
I'm looking forward to being old and wise too one day.
Yeah, not long, Joe. In fact, what? Only a couple of months, isn't it?
I'm 30. 30 in June, isn't it?
You wish.
So this brings us up to current day, pretty much. So tell us what you're doing right now, Peter. What's happening in your world? What you're doing in music?
Yeah, I'm jumping back a little bit to 2019, where I had an excellent gig at Bangface Weekender.
Oh yeah.
That was actually on my bucket list for a long, long time. And in 2019, I finally achieved to play there. And that's
an experience, right?
It was everything I was expected to be, and more because it was just a rave like in the 90s. Nobody fucking cared what they looked like. Everybody ran around in strange clothing and
it's awesome.
Flashy lights, and everything was just awesome. Yeah. And this picture was taken on the last day of Bangface, where Rebecca played. I have to admit, I never heard of Rebecca before, but she played prime time on Saturday. So I thought, okay, she is kind of famous, I assume. And thought, okay, let's listen to what the new female generation does. She played a really cool Hardtechno set, and she even played 2 of my old extension tracks. Stuff that was 10 years old, and I thought nobody remembered anymore. So after the set, I went up on stage and said, hey, thank you for playing my old stuff. And she said, who the fuck are you? I said, yeah, my name is Peter. I'm Stormtrooper, and I used to do this side project called Extension. Oh, you are Extension. Oh my God, I love your old tracks. So cool. Why are you not doing this anymore?
Wouter's written in the chat. Impression. Girls again. Girls again.
Damn. So yeah, she said, why are you not doing that anymore? And I said, oh, well, lack of time, and I'm about to become a father in a few months, so I have to really focus on what is most important. Yeah, but it would be really cool if you would do new extension tracks. Maybe we should do something together. And I said, oh God, really? No, I didn't say that, but that was what I thought. I said, yeah, okay, maybe we could give it a try. And then it really took a lot of time until we got started, because Rebecca is kind of hard to get a hold on, and she's really busy, so I understand that she doesn't have a lot of time to produce. But sending loops back and forth in the beginning was really a pain in the ass, motherfucker. But somehow we managed to pull an EP off, and it went really well. So I thought, yeah, maybe I should get back into the industrial techno saddle and get out a few crunchy kicks and do something different. I mean, I have the funny rave music stuff. I have the total absurd GabberDisco stuff. Maybe I should do something dark and nasty again. Why not?
Get back to stroking the beard, bit of chin stroking music again. Yeah.
Exactly. So, yeah, Rebecca, again, girls, is basically the reason why I restarted Extension. And so far, it goes absolutely fantastic.
Great news.
Yeah. It was like, it was a bit like in the beginning with Todesvogel. All of the well-known labels suddenly say, hey, you want to do a release on our label? Yeah, of course. Here I am. Here are my tracks. Let's get this banging. And yeah, so far I already have a really good roster of labels I did releases for, and there are going to be even more.
Nice.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Nice.
Really, really
Shout
cool.
out to Stefan Sedemkart in the chat. Hey, bro, I saw you before. I didn't say hello. I hope you're
Who
good.
also played at that same Bangface, by the way.
Oh.
2019. I was there
Yeah,
as well.
and
with,
I think Liz also played there.
She did. Yeah.
Yeah.
And Amon Tobin played a two finger set, which was really, really good.
But that
How
was,
did he play
I
with just
think,
two
on
fingers?
Sunday night.
Mm-hmm.
And on Sunday night, I was not there anymore, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
Sadly.
Sunday night was belting.
Everybody missed my amazing joke. Unbelievable.
No, I no, yeah.
Your amazing joke with
no
two fingers?
one missed it, Joe. Just no one reacted. That's what happened.
Oh, so let's play some extension music then, because I hear it's going to be the next big thing. So what do you want to drop? What we got?
You could play either Die Rote Flamme, which has also been which has already been kind of a hit in the hard techno scene in Germany, Or you could play the other tune that is not released by now, but will be released on a quite famous techno label that starts with a P.
Penis.
In autumn. Penis. Exactly. Penis Records.
Okay. So, which one should we play?
It's yours to choose.
Okay. Let's play. I'm going to try and say this.
Oh, yeah, please.
Faustkampf am Ende des Universums.
Awesome.
That was actually pretty good. Faustkampf am Ende des Universums, which means
Haben Sie durch?
Fist fight at the end of the universe.
All right,
Awesome.
and this is an exclusive.
Remember where you heard it first.
Remember where you heard it first, and this is coming out on a big label, big label. Let's go.
Penis Records.
Do you need me to voice over this or jingles it, or we just play it?
Nah, I guess you won't be playing the whole thing, so just
just let it roll.
Let it
okay,
play.
thanks, buddy.
You are now tuned in to the Oblivion Show.
I won't carry on playing it because I don't want to jeopardize your music, but that's really cool, man. I really like the noises. Fucking brilliant. Really nice. Great stuff, man. And I'm glad you're getting the recognition you deserve on that label too. That's super sick.
Indeed. Yep.
I've got one more track here, which is another exclusive. Am I allowed to play that too? It's a remix.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
It's a remix I did for, I hate to say his name backwards, Akira Kiteshi. And Kiteshi backwards is his alias for, what do you want to call it? UK hardcore, I guess. Mm-hmm. He's from Scotland. And it's going to be out on, I hope I'm not saying anything wrong, Instigator Records. Damn. Let me look it up.
All right, I'm gonna run it. And you can correct yourself afterwards. I'll just play a snip. Let's go.
I'm the enemy. Because I like to think. I like to read. I'm into freedom of speech and freedom of choice.
Maniac.
Bro, I am dancing on that. If that's in the dance, I am dancing hard on that. What fun, man. What a roll. I love it.
Yeah,
Fucking
every
sick.
now and then I pull out the old styles and do something like that.
Yeah, you got to love those big stabs, man, and the breaks, rolling kick drum. Fucking
And the name
awesome.
of the label is Indicator Records. I'm sorry that I said it wrong. Indicator
okay.
Records. Correct.
Gotcha. Yeah, sounds a lot like a lot of the stuff that you know, Diane, Dutch guy, does a lot of very kind of ravey techno. He's a big kind of techno-y guy at the moment. But yeah, kind of like that really nice kind of techno and break beats with big rave stabs and stuff like that. It's got that kind of drive and that funk. Really, really cool. Really nice track, man.
Thank you.
Liked it a lot. So the future's looking bright, Peter. You've come through some rough spells and some knocks along the way, but you're in a good place now.
And some girls.
Absolutely positive. Since 4 years, I'm now happily married, so the girl thing is over.
Okay.
In June, I'm gonna be a father for the second time now. Another boy, another mini Stormtrooper. So over the summer, I'm taking a break from all musical stuff, but I guess I will be back in autumn, fall. What is correct? Autumn or fall?
Autumn for the Europeans, fall for the Americans.
Means the same thing.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, I think you've done enough music and releases on your label in the last 6 years to have a little summer off. I think we'll approve it. It's okay.
Thank you very much. That is very kind of you.
Yeah. So I guess that concludes the interview segment. It was really fascinating.
Really cool.
Much.
Really cool.
Thank you for giving us insights into something, and also for letting us into some more personal details of your life. I really feel privileged to be savvy to this conversation. So thank you very much.
Yeah, I think it's strange if you would separate the career from the personal life. Somehow it's always connected to each other. So if you want to have the whole story, you gotta get into the private life.
Yeah.
Not everybody sees it like that. So,
I have no problem with sharing private details with others. Ask me whatever you want.
Well, we'll save that for the questions and answers. I'm sure the chat will come up with something brilliant. Sure. They're very good at that. Get the vodka.
Still need to finish that. So.
All right. So that was the interview section. Thank you. I'm conscious of the clock ticking because I've got an early start tomorrow. So I'm going to fire through the What's Hot quite quickly. So we're going to go into the What's Hot section.
What's hot?
What's hot?
So wasn't there originally a sample saying that?
Yeah, there is, but you can't hear it.
Okay.
It's on the stream. Okay, so I've got 5 or 6 tracks here to fly through. I'm going to fly through them really quick, radio style. Not going to do a massive amount of talking after them. Just quick look at where they come from. Link up the labels.
Bam.
A lot of people to go and bam. Yep. First up, one from and Stinger, Autism.
He's in the chat. I don't know if he's still
I've got
in
an
the
echo.
chat before.
Where am I echoing from? You, Greg?
No doubt it.
Anyway, Autism, Catatonia from Aura Mortem Records. This is one from Peter. Super sick stuff from Autism, aka Stinger. Arjen, I know you're in the chat there, buddy. Big up. This is available now on Aurora Mortem, which I believe is a sub-label of Exode Records. I've dropped links in the chat to both the Autism page and the release itself. If you're interested in grabbing that, highly recommend it. Go and support what you love. It's great. Next up, Cancel.
This track makes me so happy I turned my light to pink.
Which one?
The autism track.
Yeah.
It makes me so happy. Fantastic.
Next
Thank you,
up-
Aryan.
Thank you, Ian. Next up, Cancel, which is Ignean System. Sleep is the cousin of death. Let's go.
Inhale deep like the words of my breath. I never sleep. The sleep is the cousin of I never sleep. I never sleep. The sleep is the cousin of death. Inhale deep like the words of my breath. I never sleep.
I couldn't fade out on this, man. Come on.
Inhale deep. Sleep is the cousin of death.
Dave Ignium absolutely smashing his industrial hard techno project. Another banging alias that's available.
Getting better and better, isn't he? Each release,
For
he's refining,
sure.
he's getting his sound and stuff, and yeah, he's been working on it for quite a while, hasn't he? Trying to just kind of find that sweet spot, and I think he's really getting there as well. So yeah, shout out to Dave.
Yeah.
It's available on. Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, yeah, shout out to Nas and New York State of Mind, where the sample comes from.
Right, yeah.
And the Ozark. Did you watch Ozarks?
No.
Oh wow, amazing series on Netflix, I think. But
Netflix,
in the last season, Ruth, who's like a kind of white trailer trash girl, is in a restaurant in like a restaurant getting some fast food or something in New York, and bumps into Killer Mike, who happens to just be hanging out with some of his friends, and they discuss New York state of mind and what the lyrics are all about. It's an amazing episode that you can just kind of don't expect in it at all. It's an amazing series. Ozarks is fantastic. I would definitely recommend it if you haven't seen it.
Okay, nice.
Anyway, that's my tip.
So that's on Definition of Hardtechno. I put a link in the chat. If you like it, go and buy it. Support that shit. Next up, another alias. It's just alias central today. Richie Gambino, a.k.a. Drox. Welcome to War, about to drop on Prospect. Let's go! Loving Rich's return to this old alias. It's great. Just nothing more to say on it. Really great. Nice. I've put a link in the chat, but we can already see that's available to pre-order on the Prospect website. It's part of a bigger project to come. This is just a teaser from the bigger project. Go and support it. Right.
Hey, Vonda.
Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Hey, Vonda in the chat. How's it going, buddy? Okay, next up, something a little bit different. Noisier, Anomaly, Annex remix. Let's go.
Oof.
mixing fast and alone.
That was fucking massive, by the way.
You know what? Oh, I've still got that fucking thing on my face.
Big track. Big track.
Yeah, big tune.
Since we're in
Annex?
Greg?
What?
Your bag. Who's Annex?
What? A couple of UK guys. Absolute belters. Yeah, they've been around for ages, for quite a while. Yeah, really, really good duo. Do loads of really good tunes. Got quite a signature sound, but this was an absolute belter. This remix, really good.
And that's out on Vision, right?
Yeah, it was on the Resonance 5. So they've done 5 albums worth of remixes now of their. So, yeah. So the 5th one came out about 2 weeks ago. With this on it, there's a Bilane remix that's amazing as well. There's a load of really good tracks. Yeah. But yeah, if you haven't got them, you should get all 5 albums because there's so many great remixes, so many different styles, so many great artists, and yeah, it's well worth checking.
All right. Good night, Hedvig. Sleep tight. Have a good time at the weekend.
Night.
All right, next up, since we're doing breaks and amens and snares, let's go in with a bit of junglist style from Algorithmic. Big up Ben. Let's go.
Shout out Ben.
This is what they want, huh? This is what it's all about. Wow. This is what they want, huh? This is what it's all about. Wow. Yo.
Contact, sip your cognac, and let's all wash this money through this laundromat. Sneak attack, a new cast and rap worth top dollar. In fact, touch mines and I'll react like a rock waller.
big man, Ben Algorithmic, absolutely slaying. Shouts, man. Shouts to Ben.
Brother.
Shouts to
Grey
all
Meta
the
crew.
the Grey Meta crew. John, Nancy, Sean, Mike. Big up you guys. You keep on putting out fire stuff with no boundaries on genres. Big respect. Fucking sick. Let's just pull up. I already put into... They're putting the link in the chat now, so you can go and grab it if you want it. Highly recommend you support these. Like, these are really fucking good crew. Enough respect for them all. 3 tracks on there, all dope. That one's my favourite. Rest is sick.
Yep.
£3. It's the cost of a coffee, mate. Just go and buy it and slam your bass bins to pieces with that music. It's fucking brilliant. Next up, something with some kicks. Our boy Alex, Denture Crisis, just dropped a release on Prospect. We played 1 track last month, but I thought it was only fair we play another one this month. Let's go.
That's nice.
They literally control the information. So one time you finally get a little extra money, you try to be smart about it, you turn on the TV, boom. I'm telling you, it's rigged. The whole goddamn thing. Shut up, B! Shut the fuck up!
This EP from Alex is fantastic. So many amazing kick drum tracks in there. I played one in my last podcast. I think it was the one we played in the last show. It's got like gabber kicks in there, raw style kicks, techno kicks. It's brilliant for mixing stuff over the top of. I think I played an Igor loop over the top of this raw style part. It just fucking sounds sick. So great for DJs. Again, out on Prospect. I'm going to drop the link into the chat there. If you want to go and support it, do it. And we've got time for one more track in What's Hot. Meantime, we're going to do 10 minutes of questions and answers. If there's anything that you want to know from any of us guys, start to think about it now, because I want to get this stream closed off because I've got an early morning. So, last track, it's only motherfucking Dolphin. There's some Duke core. Look at that, yeah. Just out now, actually, isn't it? It's out now.
Yeah, go get that shit. Let's play the artwork by Nils as well.
label, they told me to do some different kind of music or whatever, so I'm gonna do a little bit of different kind of music. You know, like not the same kind of music. You know when you have music that's like the same, but then suddenly it's not the same anymore? So anyways, check this out.
So, Gregory, this is out. Available now.
Yeah. When did it come out? Last week, was it? I think
It's
can't remember.
last week. Yeah, it's in stock now. I put the link to it in the chat. People in the chat asking where the sample came from.
So it's Leathernecks at War. Now I didn't know that vocal was actually Lenny, right? So we get it all pressed, everything goes out, send the promos over. Promo goes over to Lenny, and Lenny goes, "Hang on a sec, bro." that's me. I was like, "Whoa, dude! I never knew." So me and Lenny had a bit of a. We pinged a couple of emails, and I've got the greatest amount of respect for Lenny and stuff. So he's been absolutely fantastic as well. He's been very gracious and understanding with all this. I didn't even know it was Lenny. I was like, I thought I was just sampling it. I know it's a big tune. Like, it's 30 years old. It's 1993. It was the original. And I was like, yeah, it's got to be fair game for a sample. And I was like, I want to do something that's kind of like hyper modern, that's kind of, using kind of juke and footwork rhythms, big amens, but it's got a kind of like a throwback to kind of like the hardcore that I came from, like kind of, and it's got like early 90s kind of, something that people can relate to and latch onto. But it's also got this kind of ultra modern thing as well, and then the kind of switch around in the middle. So it's kind of a play on the new and the old and stuff. But yeah, I didn't know it was. I had no idea it was Lenny. So yeah, he reached out. We had chats, and it's all good. But yeah. So yeah, much love to Lenny and Jules. I mean, they've been both absolute amazing people.
Awesome. Great track. And the rest of the EP is awesome too. I'm having a lot of fun DJing every single track off it. And it's part of a bigger album that's to come. So
yeah,
exciting stuff.
Yeah. So next show, it'll probably be very close to coming out. So yeah.
We can leak some stuff on the next show.
It's the mixtape sampler. So you're going to guess the next one's not going to be the sampler.
Yeah.
So yeah.
And it'll be a good show to leak some tracks on the next one, because we've got Dither on the next show. Everybody, Dither is coming onto the next show. So all of these questions that we've got about leaving industrial, going to up tempo, all these problems that everybody's got, we're going to talk about all that finally and get some shit fucking straight. Right.
And ask him about the Bosmus Ficken vocals. Because actually he stole those vocals.
Really? What the ones that Minupren just also kind of took and did his own thing with? Is it kind of gone wrong?
Yeah, the ones I wrote, Minupren stole, and then I dropped Martin a mail and saying, "Hey, why the fuck are you stealing our vocals?" And he said, "No, I didn't steal it. It was a German rapper, and he wrote those lyrics for us." Yeah, of course. Der Boss muss was, der Boss muss ficken. Those are words that randomly just pop up in your head.
Wow.
Okay, well, it's out in the open now. Dither on the next show. Really looking forward to it. So surprise, motherfuckers. That was the end of
What's Hot?
So I guess we're into the last segment of the show. Questions and answers. I've seen some passing by. We've got a paid one here from Randy, so we'll do that one first. Peter, from your musical journey and experiences, which are you most excited about sharing with your children?
Ooh, difficult question. My firstborn already enjoys hanging out in my studio, pushing some buttons on the keyboard and making some noise, and watching the meters go up and down when he pushes the buttons. But I'm not sure what I am going to share with them. I think I will tell them about my history, and they can then decide if they want to know more or listen to the music or not, or if they want to just listen to trap or classical music, or I don't know what.
Are you gonna encourage them if they want to kind of get into DJing, or are you gonna go, "Ooh, stay away from that. That's the devil's music"?
No, if they want to do it, I will encourage them, but it's totally up to them. I will not force them or say, "Hey, come on, don't you want to start DJing, huh?"
Yeah.
Now, if they're interested, give it a shot, and if they don't give a fuck about it, then they don't give a fuck about it.
Yep.
Okay. Good answer. Just trying to go back to
Noisequake had a question for Peter.
Yeah.
What is your profession? What is your job? What do you do?
For the last 20 years, I used to work in customer service for various companies. At first, I was in the stock trading market for about 10 years.
Wow.
Then I had enough of that stuff and switched to something completely different and worked.
Do you still trade?
No, I don't.
Okay.
It makes me too nervous. Seriously, I did it for some time, and I realized that it does not do any good to my nerves, so I stopped trading. After that, I worked at a beard grooming company.
No way, seriously?
Yeah, I did for
I
another
can't
5
think
years.
of a better person to be a beard grooming ambassador than you.
Yeah, I was there. What do you call it? Galleon figure,
Wow.
the
It's like a
one that
dream
represents
job.
them.
Yeah.
For quite a long time. So yeah, it was good fun. And for the last 3 years, I've been working for a pharmaceutical company, developing new products.
Awesome.
Nice.
Is
And
it
I'm
big
pretty
pharma
happy
or
with that
little? Big pharma or little pharma? Or underground pharma?
No, not really underground.
Making experimental shit.
Nah, it has like 12 different sites. I think the most of them are in Germany, but we have we have 2 in America. We have 1 in Ireland. We have 1 in Romania. So we are not that small.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Jay Trusted says, Peter, will you hold me like a baby and hum Todesvogel to me?
Definitely not.
Okay, there's that one done. Why, here we go. John Pert, yeah. Why do you think that rave music is seen as something that you should grow out of by people who do not understand it? But if you say you are going to see a band, they never put age into the equation. It's just, I think, a lack of understanding, right?
Yeah.
Appreciation.
Yeah. I think back in the 90s, the hard trance ravey stuff was considered as something for teenagers because it was so bright, colorful, and playful.
And it was so new as well. It was the first generation, you know, when it came out. The people that were into it generally, you know, quite like younger people.
I think a lot of it is because of the drug culture that got attached to it, right? So, like things like criminal justice bill and all that in the UK, it made rave music seem to be a music of junkies, whereas bands were cool, or like, you know, I think that's a big part of it. Whenever you say to somebody you're into rave, they think you do drugs. That's my impression over the years, and it's quite a short-sighted view. Admittedly, it is probably true for the most part, but it's a lifestyle choice more than anything else. And I think it's the demonization of the rave scene and rave music has been a big part.
I don't think it's as bad now, but then I don't know, because I'm living in the Netherlands, and it's kind of a bit more accepted. But still, I was in Worm. Stefan and Lizette were playing a couple of weeks ago, and I was just chilling on the side, listening to their set. This girl comes up to me and she's like, "How old are you?" And I was like, "That's a weird question to ask someone you've never spoken to before." I was like, "I'm 50." She was like, "Oh my God."
Did she like go, "Oh"?
She pretty much did. She was kind of like, what are you? I was like, "Oh my God, how old are you?" She was like, "I'm 21. Like, I'm supposed to be here. It's a club."
Oh, really? Wow.
So weird, yeah.
Wow.
There's the world.
What else have we got here? A couple more. Somebody wanted to see a quick studio tour from Stormtrooper. Is that even possible?
Ooh. There's actually not much to see besides the stuff that you see here. Here's my mixer. Here's my.
You can lie; they'll never know. You just make it all up. Off camera, I've got all the.
That's just the storage area for the.
Not really.
Theremins and disco flutes, all sorts of stuff.
Nah, as most of the stuff is happening digitally, there is really not much impressive hardware going on. Back there's my DJ setup. As you can see, all the walls are covered in acoustic foam. So that's basically it. You see the most important stuff here.
Okay. Here's one from Jay. It's a serious question from Jay for once, so that's quite big in itself. Serious question. Peter, do you find the recent techno boom as exciting as the hardcore boom you experienced 20 years ago? And do you think this new techno phase is here to stay?
Difficult question. I guess I don't find anything as exciting as the stuff 20 years ago, because I have experienced most of it already, and it's always the most exciting the first time around. So second time around, it's never as exciting as the first time. And do you think it's here to stay? Not really. I think we are about to repeat the last 20 years.
Things tend to be cyclic.
It will, exactly. It will happen pretty cyclic, so you can predict what will happen over the next 10 to 15 years by looking back what happened the last 20 years.
Yeah,
yes and no. I mean, I've got opinions on that, because everything is cyclical, right? Things go
your
around.
Opinions out, Greg. Come on.
But the technology changes, right? Like each time it comes around, each time the next phase comes around, the technology is so more advanced than it was last time. Right, that everything's completely different. It's maybe the same, but it's completely different, right? And now, as technology is starting to head exponentially upwards because of AI and all that sort of stuff, right? The more you see these cycles coming around, the more different they're going to be each time. So the next cycle of whatever techno in the next 20 years is going to be some way out there stuff made by artificial intelligence and stuff like that. We're not even going to be making it. Who knows? Anyway,
we'll all be living in the virtual world by then anyway, in 20 years probably.
Oh, speaking of virtual world, I went did I tell you this? I went virtual gaming, free roam.
Yeah, you went and played Far Cry, didn't you?
Something, yeah. So you're in a big room. You've got a wireless, so you can completely walk around the map and stuff like that, and that feels so crazy with the VR goggles. And you've got a gun, and you click a button and it turns into a giant crossbow. But you just feel like you're there because you can walk around. You're not just standing in one place with movement controllers. Crazy experience. Really, really, really digging that stuff. But yeah, there's a few. I think they're all over the world actually. There's, what's it called? Zero Latency is the name of the company. You can find them all over the place, but would definitely recommend. It's a fun experience. Anyway, we went off on a bit of a tangent there.
I think that I tend to agree with Peter. I think that we're gonna have another cycle, and especially now seeing that some of the bigger names in hardcore are kind of reaching down into this down tempo thing. I think there's going to be a bridge from techno into hardcore, and I think there's going to be another big boom. That's what I think. But I guess only time will tell, and hopefully it doesn't all go to shit and greed, because that would be sad. But it's inevitable, isn't it? Because that's the cycle, right?
That's techno.
And then we have a war.
Yeah. But I mean, when you hear some of the stories, so one of my very close friends, one of her friends, runs an agency that manages some fairly famous techno people, and kind of entourage rider is a thing now. So you don't just get a rider for yourself. You have a rider for the whole entourage and stuff like that. That's a whole nother level. We don't get that in hardcore. We get our own rider.
Not yet. I need to write my rewrite my rider anyway. So I might put that on there. +5, and I want a bottle of Moët for each one. Everyone will be fine. I'll be fine with it.
Yeah, what's about it?
Right, 2 more questions and then we're out of here. Anybody see anything?
Butterfist asked, which plugin can you not live without? That is kind of easy to say. Native Instruments Battery.
Ooh, you're a battery kind of guy.
Yeah, absolutely. Nice. I cannot do any track without battery. If battery dies, my music dies.
Nice.
Yeah. And another question was, what are your monitors? My monitors are actually 20-year-old Tannoy Reveal. But
wow, I used to have those. Oh my god, you've literally got all the same stuff that I
have your old
like
studio
20 years ago. He's got the same. Like I had that Behringer in the 90s, the Behringer mixer on the side of him, and I had those headphones that he's wearing. And I sold mine.
I've got those headphones here. No.
Oh, did I send them to you? Yeah. I can't remember.
Tannoy Reveal. But I actually don't use them very often because I do all my mixdowns on headphones. Since the last 20 years, all my mixdowns have been done on headphones. So it's actually not really important what you have. If you use monitors or headphones, the most important thing is that you know your gear. You have to know how it responds to certain things, and then everything is cool. And yes, those are AKGs. Yeah,
somebody's asking in the chat, are the AKGs? If anybody wants to buy Dolphin's old headphones, by the way, I am selling these. I keep on thinking I would just give them away as a prize.
Now, most of Dolphin's old stuff I bought.
Yeah, well,
it seems. Yeah.
Do you want to buy them? Do you want them, Peter?
No, I already have those. I'm sorry.
One more question. Who's your favourite hardcore producer, Peter?
If we look at hardcore in general, it's definitely the Speed Freak.
Okay. Good. One from me, and I asked this to everybody really. If you were to give up and coming DJs, producers, some advice from your experience over the years, what would it be?
Do what you love and don't do what others expect from you.
Sound words.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Also,
because only whores do what others expect of them.
Unless it's a girl.
Sorry, didn't hear that.
Hear what? Hello? All right, I guess we call it there. Peter, you've been an awesome guest. Really, really good.
Thank you.
Real respect for...
It was a pleasure being on your show.
Respect for coming on and respect for everything that you've done over the years.
Real.
Respect for you being yourself. And being eclectic and diverse, and just
having a great beard.
And having a great beard, bro. And you're welcome on the show anytime you want to come on, bro. If we can get you on again, you've been a great guest, really. So
it's been really, really cool. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'll be in the chat.
Awesome. I've got another bit of a bomb to drop since we're right at the end of the show. There's going to be another remix competition happening in line with the Oblivion show this year.
Ooh.
Yeah. We're going to be doing a remix competition on Death Machine Dread from the Bleeps and Breaks release from this release. So there's going to be, similar to the Dolphin Theocles remix competition, there's going to be a Death Machine one too. So stems are going to drop on that real soon. If you didn't get the DETEST release, go and buy it. I need money for my holidays. What else is there? Go to Hardcore Beer, hardcorebeer.nl. Do that. And I think that's it. Thanks to everybody involved in the show. You all know who you are. I'm not going to list you all out. Thanks
It's been a wonderful crowd.
Yeah. Thanks to everybody in the chat. Thanks to our members. I hope this works now because it was a bit broken last time. Thanks to everyone who's a member.
Oh, we've got to do a thumbnail. Well reminded, Jay.
Oh, yeah, we have got to do a thumbnail. Let's just let the members scroll past first. We've got something to play for, something different at the end. Thanks to you all in the chat. Thanks for staying around till the end. We'll be back on the 29th of March, which is the last Wednesday. We actually finally got back to our original date. So we need to do a thumbnail. So, smile. There you go, Jay. There's your thumbnail, bro. Everyone's love this show. Love you guys. And we've got one last tune to play for something different.
Oof. Love a bit of it's Mr. Amon Tobin. Mr. Amon Tobin, and he's doing some new shit, and he's doing some new artwork as well, which is really, really right up my Strasser.
Right in the Strasser.
Yeah, I like it a lot. He's working with Unreal Engine, which is something I'm trying to get into, and really, really cool.
What are you laughing at, Peter?
Because somebody said, aufpassen mit dem 45-Grad-Winkel, which means in English, be careful with that 45 degrees angle, because I made this.
Oh my God!
Make a thumbnail while my fingers are viewable.
That's not on the thumbnail, is it?
Wowzers! We did so well. I did not see that coming. Right, so last track we have got
again.
That's thrown me completely. Hole in the ground from M1 Tobin. Thanks everyone for tuning in. Peace out. Good evening.
Guys.
We love you.
Good fight.
Ciao.
Good night.
Good night.